This again. We're going. I'm going to start again. I'm going to bring this chat box out. I'd like to make this into a pop-out window. Right, okay. There we are. I have my little shop. I have my little thing. And it's very much in the way. Fantastic. Right. There is nowhere to put this because I can't resize this damn chat box. Anyway. Welcome to a live stream, guys. I'm just going to get underway. As well as eat. I'm going to be drawing. Actually, let's make this a file before I even forget. This is going to be Hall's Hobbit drawing. Okay, so first thing I've done is I'm going to break down the background because I'm going to want to fill that in with color later and potentially even remove it depending on what I'm up to. So I'm working on a new layer, new transparent layer called Cave Rough Sketch. So this is literally just going to be me roughing out exactly the anatomy of the piece. So this is for one of our patrons. It's the first time I've done this. It's the first time I've live streamed any of my drawings, so I really don't know if the tech's working or not. So if you guys could confirm that it is indeed working, that would be awesome. But we're going to kick off. So Hall's joined our live streams, not during the quizzes, but during me reading The Hobbit in Hobbit costume, so she wants something depicting that. Now I have a wee rough sketch here. Sorry, I know it's disgusting to watch me eat, but I'm hungry. I have a wee rough sketch here of the anatomy, so I'm just going to try and map out. So I'm on a rough sketch right now. So basically what I'm aiming for is Gollum's cave from The Hobbit. Now, the problem with that cave in the text is it's meant to be incredibly dark, with very little light. Now, if I did that piece, everything would be black and everything would look like shit, so I'm going to have to add in a light source somewhere when we get to that. But right now, I'm just going to map out. I want to frame it with rocks. Again, this is a rough sketch. This is before I do any neat stuff. My chat box is in the way. Sorry. Right, okay. That's better. I can have my chat box here and it not be in the way now. I think. Right. There we go. Right. Sorry, I'm organising my interface a little bit so I can have my chat and it not be in the goddamn way. Excuse me while I get used to that. Anyway, right, let's continue roughing this out. So I'm framing the art piece with some rocks. Hi Owen. I'm doing an art piece for one of our Patreons at the moment, and it's going to be Hobbit themed. Which seems rather appropriate given we call you Smurfs of Mickle Delving, and Mickle Delving is the capital of the Shire. A fact that I did not think William knew, and he proved me wrong. Hence why that's now a bit of a joke on this channel. So if you guys don't know, if you're unfamiliar, we do a live stream every single Sunday where we quiz you and ourselves. Right, there we go. Now, this is going to be the island in the middle of the lake. This is going to be the lake here. Now, because I'm trying to stick reasonably faithfully to the text here, you know, I do want this to sort of resemble an actual piece of art inspired by The Hobbit. You know, one of these sort of, was it Alan Lee? Obviously, I'm nowhere near as good as him. But that's the kind of inspiration I'm taking from. The reason I've chosen this scene is it's pretty goddamn iconic. You know, it was the first time we ever met Gollum in Tolkien's works. It was the, you know, introduction of the One Ring, and it's just a really thrilling scene to read. So when I was doing my live streams, where I was reading these stories, which I will continue one day, when I get my Hobbit costume back, and I have more time on my hands. But this was a really thrilling scene to read out loud to you guys. Rather hoping people would join for this watch along, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Oh, thank you for the follow, whoever followed. You know what? I'm gonna put on some soundtracks to listen to. I think, what should I put on? We'll put on the Hobbit soundtrack, I guess. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, We must away at break of day to find our long forgotten gold. The pines were roar. I need to remember I'm live streaming and not just like furiously pick my nose. The fire was red, it flames spread, the trees like torches blazed with light. Oh, misty eye of the mountain. I hate this song. Like, I don't, right, controversial take, no one's watching, no one cares. I don't like, Ed Sheeran. I really don't like his music at all. And I felt like his inclusion in the Hobbit movies was so jarring.
Fade from the sky. On the wind I heard a sigh. As the snowflakes cover my
Right, so I'm just setting up a new layer for the characters, because it means that I've got a bit more freedom when it comes to the colouring of this piece, and any sort of moving of the, like, I can move my characters around if I need to. So again, I'm just in the rough sketch phase at the moment.
The road is now calling, and I must away over hill and under tree, through lands where never light is shone, by silver streams that run down to the sea.
Means also if I draw these guys too big, which I am notorious for doing sometimes, I can resize these guys. So what I'm going for is me sitting on this rock. Turn it down a bit. I want to sit me as a hobbit sitting on this nice little rock, reading Gollum the story of the Hobbit. That's the piece. So this is for one of our Patreons, who has given us a ton of love and support. So I actually did her own little emoji sticker for our Discord and also for the live streams, because she's given us just so much support. And in fact, you might actually get to meet her sort of almost in the flesh, in the sense that she might be joining us for one of our Sunday night quiz live streams. Also crevice, let's sit his ass in that crevice somewhere. You guys see what I'm drawing? I was gonna make a Rolf Harris joke, but I realised that would be in really dark taste now. I was gonna do the whole, can you tell what it is yet? I'm not using much for reference, because I kind of feel like I should know what a hobbit looks like, or at least I know what I look like as a hobbit, because that's the point, is it needs to be me in my hobbit costume. Blunt the knives, bend the forks, smash the bottles and burn the corks, chip the glasses and crack the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. The cloth, tread the fat, lead the butt to the bedroom mat, pour the milk on the pantry floor, smash the wine on every door, bump a you finish today a hole. Down the hole to roll, bum ba da ba da bum ba dum, bum ba da da ba ba da bum. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. This is a very rough sketch of just the anatomy of where the characters are sitting. Right, I'm gonna make that Bilbo. I'm just gonna break it down into layers, I think. Because otherwise I'm going to regret things. So I want a new layer for Gollum. This just gives me a lot more freedom if I want to move things or change my mind on anything without losing entire swords of work. So I want to draw Gollum very, much less menacing. Much more like just like a child, just getting read a story. Hi, Sandman. Should I have Bilbo wearing his cloak? Probably, right? Ah, fuck! I just realised I'm drawing that on the Bilbo layer. See, this is why we have layers, so we can make mistakes and not lose entire swords of work. So I should probably remember important things like the save button. So back to Gollum. little loincloth to protect his modesty. Already I'm thinking Gollum needs to be a lot more side-on, perspective-wise, I think. So let's just add a bit more shoulder there. Gollum's tricky because it's just so inhuman in shape, like trying to capture. Anyway, that's okay. Probably also draw things like Sting and the One Rings, but I'm gonna again probably put those in different layers. Just to be on the safe side. Because I will likely change my mind about where things like that are going to be. Could probably have Sting lying against the rock. So this is going to be a lot less threatening version of this scene. Where instead of, it being a threatening riddle where, the presence of Sting is an ever-present threat for Gollum, he's just chilling. He's just chilling. He's reading a little bit. He's listening to a little story. Because again, this is a custom piece, denoting the first time our Patreon halls joined us for our live stream. So I definitely want to have Sting there. Yeah, that's good. I'll probably have Sting glowing blue. Because this is meant to be set under the Goblin Cave, so it would probably still be glowing. I'm not sure if it is in the text, but it also just adds another light source to this, and that's something this piece is going to sorely need, is light sources, because yeah, it's gonna be pretty dark. So I'm gonna try avoiding the color black, unless it's the absolute shadowiest shadows when it comes to the colour. Let's do a new layer, and let's make that the One Ring. It's going to be very small in the piece, but it's definitely... And here's the thing, I know that the One Ring should be in Bilbo's pocket in the text by this point, but for the sake of just having another little visual, I'm going to pop it down here. Because again, this is a very chill version of this scene, where there's no threats. Instead of riddles, it's just Gollum being read a little story. It's just a nice chill time. It's a much happier and chill time. So I work with kids, so reading them a story, I wish they sat nice and content like this. Keep forgetting which layer I'm on. I'm just gonna message Halls and okay. I think I'm happy now. I can probably move on to neat sketches, I think. Or should I colour the background first? No, I'll do neat sketches, I think. Oh god, this is gonna be more layers, hooray! Bilbo. Neat sketch. So again, this is now where I can put in a little bit of detail. And I can probably increase my brush size just a smidge. Stressing me out that the side is keeping track of all my brush strokes. But I understand why it's having to do that. So if I hit undo, it knows what I'm undoing. But I don't know, I just keeps catching my eye. Guys, come entertain me, because I'm talking to myself here. Now I've got to make sense of all this rough sketching. Make it into something where I can actually colour it in. Which, yes, you've guessed it, will be on different layers yet again. Hopefully as I go I can start deleting the rough sketches to neaten up what I'm visually looking at, because this is rather stressing my little brain out at the moment, trying to make sense of this. But it is the process that has been working thus far, so I don't want to abandon the rough sketch process when it has served me well, because I'll be honest, I'm not a very good artist, so I make a lot of mistakes. Like, oh my god, when I was drawing my Thunderbirds ones, the amount of attempts it took just to draw Thunderbird 2, something I've been drawing since I was a child, so I should be good at it. I should really be good at drawing Thunderbird 2. Or any of the Thunderbirds, to be perfectly honest. But alas, I'm not. I realized I don't think I did wear a cloak. When I was doing a lot of these read-alongs. Did I? But I think the cloak looks quite dynamic, so I'm going to keep it. Oh good, drawing feet and or hands is definitely not something that makes me want to shoot myself in the head. And can't really get away without doing it because, you know, hobbits, their little feet are rather important. Again, they will probably look terrible when I go to colour them in. Oh, you know what? It's actually not that bad right now. I can certainly live with it. Let's just add his little shirt collar inside his jacket. There's a lot of layers to this costume. Right, let's... Hello! Let's now move on to a neat sketch for Gollum. So that's new layer. Gollum. Neat sketch. Alright, let's change my brush color to match the layer color so I can keep my look. I like color coding things, so I understand what's what. Right, now Gollum, you're gonna be an absolute pain in the bum, aren't you? That's just what you're all about. Like, you're gonna be a pain in the bum to draw. Because here's the thing, normally a great way of breaking up like layers when you're not doing like thick lines, or like anatomy when you're not doing thick lines, is just to like define muscles. Problem, Gollum doesn't really have any. By nature of the kind of thing he is, you know, being so emaciated means Gollum's kind of a tricky creature. So I guess bones, like seeing his like bones, are gonna be a lot more of like how to like define him. Now he's also gonna have big feet because he is just a descendant of the Hobbit, like or he's just a different type of Hobbit. You know, Gollum was once the Stour Hobbit? You know, so the river folk. So he still shares a lot of the same sort of... Oof, I'm already not loving this. You know what, when the rough sketch goes bye-bye, I can kind of make peace with it. At least for now. Like, again, this will become a lot better, I hope, when I begin to colour the fucking thing in. And begin, like, really playing around with... Now, question. Should I give Gollum pink hair as a tribute to William, who is much better at voice impressions than I am? Not that I think William looks like Gollum, but reminds me of that thing when I was discussing, like, oh, William, I want you to be Watto for my Star Wars sketch. Not because I think you look like a fat, disgusting, anti-Semitic bug creature, but because you're good at voices. Why is William friends with me? But I think it would make a nice tribute to my co-host of my quizzes. And also, William is very close with Halls, who this picture is for, so... I think it would be cute. So you might see Gollum with pink hair. But again, I'm only giving him the strands, the silly strands of hair that he's got. I'm not giving him a full head of hair because that would take away from what Gollum is. I'm listening to the Hobbit soundtrack right now. It's very calming. Yeah, I can kind of come to peace with you now, Gollum. Right. Again, when it comes to colouring you in, some changes may need to be made. I think getting rid of this these lines here, it's going to make you look thinner. Because again, that's sort of everything into... Where's this arm coming from? What have I done with this arm? Colin, what the fuck is going on with you? This is... There we are, that's better. I want it bent, I don't want it coming out at the knee. Like it was. Don't know what my brain was thinking there. Right, okay, so... I think I can afford to get rid of these layers now. I'll get rid of that layer. I'll keep that background layer just for now. Might be the thing that gets coloured in on. Just do like a big old like dark pass before I can start really fucking around. Okay, Sting, new layer. Sting, neat sketch. And again, let's make that brown for now. To match my layer colors, so I know which automatically which layer I'm working on. And it also means if I need to move anything, I can do so. If I need to rotate anything, I can do so. And if I need to flip anything, I can, you guessed it, I can do so. Sting's kind of got that kind of guard to it. And then its handle sort of tapers in. And then it's got quite an interesting pommel. It's got that kind of pommel going on there. It's got the decoration on the blade. Now I think I am, as I say, I'm definitely going to draw Sting glowing blue, not only because it is in the Goblin Caves, but because it adds a light source to an otherwise very, very, very dark scene. But we'll get to that. We are still in the sketching phase. And again, I know that the One Ring should be in In Bilbo's pocket right now, but for the sake of something visually interesting, I'm going to have it on the ground, because again, this scene doesn't have to make sense. It just has to represent. I want it to more look like a nice story time, because that's what the live stream it's depicting was. I hope Halls doesn't mind if I make this the thumbnail for that video once it's done. I might do like the other scenes, you know, because this was just one chapter I did. There's other videos with different scenes which will need thumbnails as well, but that's for a different time. I do want to get back to that. You know, I would like to get back to that Hobbit live stream. It's just been really difficult to get anything like creative done recently. Right, okay, I'm gonna go back to my background layer. Actually, I can get rid of this layer. Background layer. Big old brush. Let's just throw some colour into this cave. Again, I was looking up different artists' take on this in this particular scene, and one of the ones I really liked gave the lake, which otherwise again would just be another sea of black. It gave it a really eerie green glow, and I like that idea. Again, I'm not being neat at all with my lines, because I'm going to go in properly in colour. But I think I do want to go for a really eerie green glow. Again, I can throw shadows back in later, but just for now. That was a mistake. Why did I start colouring on that now? Again, this is, you know what, I'm gonna stick with this. Because I realised, why the hell am I doing colour work on a layer that is designed to be deleted? That was the thought process there, if you're wondering why I backtracked. No one's watching. Hello. I thought people would enjoy this, honestly. I thought people liked art. Oh, just a little record for myself then. As is a lot of the stuff we do. Right, okay. Bilbo color layer. Bilbo. Now here's the thing, if I keep it below, then I can still use my lines for definition for now. It's not something I usually do. Obviously I've not been neat at all. But I'm gonna start being a lot more neat now when I'm going in for colour, because this is also how I'm going to figure out definition. Right, now to find a hair colour that matches the Bilbo wig. It's kind of around here, colour wise. Hi Michelle. I'm doing a Hobbit inspired art piece for one of our Patreons at the moment. This was her request. So if you support us on the Vanity Smurf tier, you get some custom artwork. Hi. So that's what I'm working on today. So yeah, if you're in a position where you want some artwork, you can either just commission me through Instagram. I'll be putting up details on sort of prices and stuff later today or tomorrow, or you can support us on Patreon and get it as one of your perks. So this is still in very early stages, this drawing. I'm just laying down a rough colour pass, which will obviously get neatened up and detailed. Because this is going to be a scene with a lot of shadows, not a huge amount of highlights, just by nature of being a very, very dark scene that I'm depicting. But I want to at least get light colours in, even if I have to mask them with dark colours later. Thank you. Good luck with picking up the tiny humans. I like tiny humans. I work with tiny humans. And surprisingly, I can usually tolerate them. It's fucking adults I can't fucking stand sometimes. Fucking parents. See you Sunday, Michelle. This week is Looney Tunes. Ah, fuck you, internet. You have 4 tiny humans? Oh my god, that is a lot of tiny humans. Even by my liking, that's a lot of tiny humans. Bet you've got your hands full. Right, so the jacket I wear for Bilbo is like a sort of nice dark red. What I haven't done is really define where the tailcoat part of the jacket is going. So let's do that. Again, I can come play with this later. Like, for example, what happens if I... Yeah, it looks a little bit like a 5-year-old's drawing this right now, but well. Look, I'm doing my little best, alright? It will take shape. It always does. Like, I'll show you the stuff I've been working on because I'm actually really proud of it. But it always has this stage of being like, this is a fucking disaster. It always starts in that annoying stage where or you know, it's around this stage where I'm like, I reckon a 5-year-old could have drawn this. But we're getting there. We will get there. It's all about, honestly, the shading is an absolute godsend. The shading always brings these things to life. Let's try and extend that out so I can draw my fat little hobbit ass. Honestly, the cloak's kind of the same colour to us, the cloak that I wear for my hobbity costume. Gotta stay true to what my costumes look like. For Bilbo, it's always the yellow waistcoat, which would also double up as a merry waistcoat. It's also my fat controller waistcoat recently. What I might do is time-lapse the absolute fuck out of this afterwards. Oh, I'm actually going to darken, darken the cloak, I think. Because otherwise it's going to really look, it's just going to look, what am I doing? It's going to look really visually similar to the trousers. Like, obviously highlights are gonna help on that one, and shadows, but I'm just trying to give myself a fighting chance because these outlines are not always going to be there when I start pulling in the shading. I was hoping this live stream would have more interaction. It's kind of the whole point of doing it, but however, it is fucking 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Thursday. Most people are at work. It just happens to be one of my days off. Thank absolute fuck, because work's been fucking hell recently. I usually, I'm someone who typically works really hard and enjoys their job. Or I enjoy what my job should be. Right now my job is fucking cleaner, which is not what I fucking sign up for. Throwing in some color values. Ah, random line. Almost forgot one of the most important steps. Hobbit feet hair. I don't want to just make Gollum grey, that's the thing. I do want him to have some sense. Skin colour poking through. You shitting me? This thing's taken me a fucking hour so far and it looks like shit. I lose track of time when doing this, which I suppose is what you want. Gollum, you're looking very naked and very human for my liking. Like, obviously you are naked, but like, you look upsettingly human colored right now, so maybe not painting you grey was a mistake, but we can add some grey tones in a second. Hi guys, just joining. I'm doing a Hobbit picture for one of our Patreons who requested this particular picture. And I thought I'd take you guys along for the ride on how I go from something like this that looks like a 5-year-old drew it to hopefully something artistic looking. That would be nice, but I gotta get through this rough stage first. This is the only way to do it, is do it in layers. Because anytime I just try and go ham on a full-on sketch, I make just so many mistakes and have to get rid of it all. So I'm trying to give myself as many moments to back out or change my mind as possible. So obviously these outlines, this blue outline, won't be there when the whole piece is done. It's literally just giving me a rough idea of anatomy of where the character is. Because I'll show you right now how horrifying things get when the outline's not there. Can you guys see me? Can you guys see what I'm working on? Because like no one seems to be coming and staying. And I'm like, is this just super boring? Or is it the fact that what I'm seeing isn't what you're seeing? Because if you're just seeing me sit bored drawing, then this is kind of pointless. But I'd like you guys to see what I'm working on. I did say I was going to give Gollum pink hair, didn't I? As a tribute to Mr. William, who no longer has the pink hair, which is very offensive, and he should get it back. Because that's how I depict him in art. I have my little hair spike, and he has his pink hair. I think he is getting it back. I am making a piece which right now doesn't look brilliant, but it is for Hull's. It was a Hull's request on Patreon, because when she joined our live stream, she didn't actually join during the quizzes, which is interesting. I didn't realize she joined during me reading The Hobbit in costume, so she wants a piece of art depicting that. So that's what I'm working on. But right now it's looking kind of rough because I'm just mapping out where each of the characters is going and roughly what colours I'm using. And then I'm going to go back and neaten the whole thing up and use different layers and all of that. So right now it's not brilliant. I'm the first to admit. But it will, like, this is how I felt when I was doing my Thunderbirds ones. They looked like shit. And then they came to life. Thank you. Yeah, basically, if you support us on the Vanity Smurf tier on our Patreon, patreon.com/ScottishScoobyGang, you can request artwork, but I can also just do commission artwork. But that will cost more. This is like a perk of supporting us on Patreon. We do live streams every single Sunday where we quiz you on different nerdy themes, and we wear the full cosplays, so that's why Gollum is getting given pink hair, because my co-host, well, not right now, but did have pink hair, and it kind of became his signature look in the artwork, so... So I'm gonna give him pink hair. Anyway, right, now... So at the moment I'm just mapping out roughly where all the colours are going. I'm gonna make this, get this black, make this island. Right, okay. Okay, so now I need a new layer for Sting the Sword. Sting color. Make it a brown layer, so I know which layer, which... Right, okay. So this is where it's at without any outlines. That's where it's at right now. So obviously there's tons of neatening up work to do, but that's why I did the outlines on separate layers. Question is, where do I want to start now? Do I want to start on getting the background right, or do I want... I suppose that would make sense. If I get the background right, then I can get the light values where I want them. Hi, Chris. I can get the light values where I want them if I do that. Okay. How you doing, Chris? You alright? I'm just doing a Patreon. No, it's not Sunday. We do a live stream every single Sunday, but today is just me kind of fucking around and finding out, to be honest. This is the first time I've ever live streamed while I'm doing the art. You know, I got myself a drawing pad, and I've been loving it, and I've been kind of addicted to it. So now it's just but now I'm like, this is one of the requests for our Patreons for Hulls, so I'm like, it would make sense to sort of bring you guys along for the ride on how I make art. But right now, there's a lot of neating up to do. Yeah, no, it's good. I just remembered I don't have to stay in the lines because I'm on new layers, so I can put shadows under my feet. There we go. I mean, that would be very much appreciated, Chris. Thank you. Yeah, it's been quite a lonely live stream, I must admit. Not much in the way of interaction, so it's nice to have you here. Even just for a bit. It's just nice to have some company. Because I thought people would enjoy seeing the process of it, you know. I think what I'll do is, once I get the footage back from this live stream, I'll screen lap, or I'll time lapse it, because then folk can get a really speedy version of this whole process. But yeah, this is just me putting in some light values. I'll neaten up the sketches in a bit because they're all sort of half baked at the moment. Or not the sketches, the character colours. The sketches are gone actually. I deleted the sketches because they'd served their purpose of giving me outlines to colour in. I wish I could be as charismatic and cheerful as Bob Ross doing this. Trust me, when it comes to my art, there are plenty of mistakes, and there are not all happy little accidents. A lot of them are just mistakes. Like me. I actually don't think I was a mistake as a kid. I think I was planned, which makes it even more horrifying that I turned out to be a little goblin. At some point, I will show you guys goblin picture of me as a baby, because it is fucking hysterical. Are you actually? Wow. Can't imagine that's a fun conversation to have with your parents when you find that out. Yeah, Chris, if you ever want to join the Discord, let us know, because obviously you have supported us. Um, It's technically Bilbo, but yeah. Hi Baller, how you doing? Yeah, no, it's a custom art commission of Hall's. Well, this is actually less of a commission and more of her Patreon perk. So if you support us on the Vanity Smurf tier of Patreon, you get custom artwork. And instead of getting one that depicted her, she asked for this. So this is going to be, when it's finished, it's going to be Bilbo reading Gollum the Hobbit story, because it's a celebration of my Hobbit live streams, because that's the ones that Hall's joined for. But obviously it's kind of looking a little rough at the moment, just because this is just the process of adding in the light values to each of the layers. I definitely want to get some of this green that's reflecting up off. I'm definitely not trying to treat this as a tutorial on art, because I'm probably doing a million things technically wrong. This whole art thing is merely an experiment. One of the hardest things, I learned this when doing the Thunderbirds one, is trying to get water to look reflective. I was gonna use grey, but actually I'm gonna try and do the highlights in green on this. But with a thinner brush. Because actually the main light source right now is the water, so a sort of ambient sun isn't really gonna be there. Kind of like I wonder if I can just use this dark blue as my darker highlights. Or not dark highlights, but kind of. Just under the shadows, still a bit of blue in there. Kind of marry it into the scene a bit more. Thank God for the smudge tool. This smudge tool is literally what makes everything look artistic, rather than just roughly coloured in.
some acupuncture. None of it works.
I don't know what I want to do.
All it takes is that one person to really see you.
Still up. Only on Apple TV+.
Hi, I'm Dr. Corey. This is Every Race in Middle-earth. We're going to be looking at the races in Middle-earth as Tolkien created them, mapping his creative process over time. Tolkien professionally was a philologist. That is to say, he studied the history of languages. So, what was his hobby? His hobby was inventing languages.
Languages have a flavour to me, which I never understand people saying, for instance, this is awfully dry and dull, because a new language to me is just like taking a new wine or a new sweetmeat or something.
The very first stage of Tolkien's creative life was what I call his early mythology, when he was writing these ancient myths, trying to sort of explain how things came to be. Then he began, in the middle of his life, this new little story, right? He started The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and originally those weren't connected to that first stage. But then he decided to marry his new story with his early mythology. So put together, all of these things span his creative life, and we're going to look at how every race in Middle-earth developed over the course of that time. He loved traditional fairy stories. He loved stories about elves. There are lots of places in England where a certain river or well or ruin or something associated with elves from ancient days. So one of the things that he really wanted to do, he wanted to write a mythology for England. England didn't have a really good fairy tale tradition. The kinds of fairy tales that they told were mostly fairy tales from other countries. So what he ended up doing then was going back to the languages. They form a story because he's talking about how the languages change over time. He wanted to have peoples who were speaking these languages and a history that would lead them to do the things that he was imagining happening. The core story of his original mythology is that the elves live off to the west across the sea, pretty much inaccessible most of the time. But there is a mariner, a human sailor, who makes it across the sea to Elvenhome, right, to Tolaresia, and meets the elves and talks with them, and they tell him all the stories. He writes down the set of stories, which Tolkien called the Book of Lost Tales. There's a lot that could be said there, but I want to focus on what's important for Tolkien's creative development. The history of the elves as a vehicle for his language creation was the thing that was really central for Tolkien. In the end, the major division between the elves are those who stayed in Middle-earth and never left it, and those who went to Valinor. The ones who remain in Middle-earth are the two primary groups called the Sindar and the Nandor. These are basically wood elves. The Nandor are the ones who will become famous in the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. The ones who go across, the elves who go to Valinor, who make it to Valinor, are the High Elves. The primary thrust of the story is that there's a rebellion among the High Elves. Some of the High Elves return to Middle-earth, rebelling against the Valar, get banished from Valinor as a consequence. But they come back in order to fight the big enemy. Melkor was his name, and the elves rename him Morgoth. And the wars between the High Elves who return to Middle-earth and Morgoth, that is the central drama of the whole early mythologies. The elves are very strong and they're very heroic, but they're fighting against essentially a god. And they get beaten down until finally they are almost all destroyed in Middle-earth, and then there is the sudden shift, and the Valar relent and come to their aid and stomp Morgoth in the War of Wrath at the end of what will later be called the First Age, this early mythological period. Tolkien, in the middle of his life, begins to write a new story.
It began long ago.
The Hobbit, it was started as a story that he wrote for his kids, right? Which almost accidentally got shared with a publisher who really liked it and wanted to publish it. So this was not like a major creative undertaking that Tolkien took. It was a thing that kind of happened by chance. He'd been trying to get published for years, mostly failing, anyway, with his core major stories. And then this funny little story that he had made up for his kids gets published and becomes a massive success. But in that story, he basically recycles a lot of material. He had all this great material. And so we can see the elves in the Hobbit, both the Wood Elves of Mirkwood and the High Elves, which we primarily meet in Rivendell, are very much borrowed from, very similar to, not identical to, but very similar to the elves of his mythology. The sequel, of course, grows into The Lord of the Rings. So even when Tolkien enters what I call the integration stage of his career, when he's writing this new story and the sequel, The Lord of the Rings, really begins to kind of take off on him and become something bigger and greater than The Hobbit was, and he decides at that point that it should be part of the world, that he's going to combine it with the early mythology, so that it's all going to make one big, huge story. Even after he makes that decision, the elves don't really change. The elves are a baseline for Tolkien. They were the core element of his mythology from the very beginning. In a lot of ways, they were the premise, the point of the whole mythology from the beginning.
Today, UBA has been the target of a cyber attack. When will the secrets come out?
You need a miracle. I am offering you a lifeline.
They're making moves.
Seems like everybody is.
Now, in this mythology that Tolkien has invented for his world, it started with stories about elves, but they have to have a world first. So how is the world created and how does it work? And so he invented a sort of higher mythology, which involves a pantheon of gods.
Hi,
Now, the
Halls.
gods
This is where I'm at so far.
are inspired
This
by
is where we're at.
gods, Norse gods, and Finnish mythology as well. Tolkien's world that he invented was from the beginning fundamentally
Just working on the characters.
There is one creator god who created all things, and his name was Eru the One, or Iluvatar. Tolkien almost always gives everybody at least two names. Iluvatar creates all things, but Iluvatar, Tolkien's god, is a delegator, right? The first thing that he does is he creates a group of spiritual beings who are his companions, and those are called collectively the Ainur, these sort of angelic spirits. They help to create the world.
I'm glad you like it. I'm really glad you like it, because it was in a really rough stage not long before you arrived, where it looked like a 5-year-old had drawn it. So this is me trying to neaten it up now.
Some of the Ainur, some of these spiritual beings who are with Iluvatar in the Timeless Halls, decide to
And then, like, I'll obviously add in the color values.
You've got the universe that is, and you've got Arda, which is the little world. Some of the Ainur decide that they are going to enter into that, right? That they're going to go down and they're going to shape it and they're going to guide its history, just as they participated in its creation. Those of the Ainur who descend in, the greatest of them are called the Valar. These are the primary gods of Tolkien's mythology. They are often called gods by the mortals, elves and men and others who live in Middle-earth. There are also a lot of minor spirits which are associated with the Valar. So there are spirits of the air, and there are spirits of the earth, and there are spirits of the water. The minor spirits are called Maiar. But of course, there was conflict, right? And the conflict starts at the very beginning. The conflict starts during the music. The greatest of all of the Ainur rebelled, and he created a discord within the music. His name was Melkor, and many other spirits attuned their song to his instead of to the sort of the greater music that Iluvatar had originally propounded to them, was Tolkien's word. So Melkor, he is the bad guy, right? And he also descends into Arda.
Yeah, I'm just listening to a wee video
for his own,
about Lord of the Rings
and the
while I do this.
Between the Valar and Melkor, and then between the elves and Melkor.
This is Corey Olsen, who literally teaches Tolkien's world
And one of the greatest of
at an
his
academic
servants
level.
is the guy who will later be known as Sauron, the primary villain of The Lord of the Rings. When Tolkien's story then shifts, right, when he starts writing his new story, The Hobbit, there are a bunch of ways in which we can see these old mythological concepts of the Ainur influencing the story, but probably the most famous moment where these spiritual beings appear in Tolkien's new story is Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. Tom Bombadil is a strange character. He's clearly one of the Ainur. He talks about coming in from the outside. He talks about being there in Arda, in Middle-earth from the very beginning. He is is one of these spirits who has taken on physical form and entered into the world. And his wife, Goldberry, is the daughter of the river. The biggest and most dramatic effect of the integration of his new story with his old mythology, as far as the Ainur are concerned, is the wizards. If you just read The Hobbit and focus on nothing but The Hobbit, Gandalf seems to be a dude who is a professional wizard. This idea changes, and when it changes most dramatically is when Tolkien decides to integrate the old mythology with the new story. And so here he decides the wizards are in fact Ainur, powerful but lesser spirits. They're not Valar, but they are some of the more powerful servants of the Valar. The Valar have looked out in this third age as Sauron is growing more powerful and the great elf kingdoms of old are gone, the great human kingdoms of old are gone. Who can possibly oppose Sauron as he rises to power again? The wizards are the help. They are incarnated into bodies, and they are brought to Middle-earth, and they go about Middle-earth trying to help the peoples. Gandalf is the one who is the highest profile. He does the most good. Saruman, of course, fails. Right? Saruman fails, and he fails most spectacularly. There are, of course, three other wizards. The one who is mentioned in the text is Radagast the Brown, whom we're told is a particular friend to beasts and birds. We're not told very much at all else about Radagast the Brown. We know even less about the other two wizards, whom Tolkien later said were blue wizards. They went off into the east, and Tolkien never did tell the story about what happened to them. But Gandalf, as I said, becomes the centerpiece. He becomes the wizard who succeeds and who is the primary instrument of the Valar in helping Middle-earth in this final stage. And his primary role, the thing that he does, is he goes around and he inspires hope in people. That is the primary mission of Gandalf the Grey, who becomes Gandalf the White. This, by the way, is why Gandalf is able to be resurrected. Because he's not just a guy. He is one of the Maiar who is given a body. And that's why when Gandalf comes back, he's different.
Gandalf. That was what they used to call me.
But he's more powerful because he's been given a new body and been given a new job. He's done his job well, and he is empowered to return and finish the job, which he does through the end of the Lord of the Rings.
Sorry, I'm not very chatty of this, but I'm just kind of getting into the flow of it.
Take a few nice deep breaths.
Just got hit by an advert here.
We have elves and we have men. Those two together are called the children of Iluvatar.
That's why I put something on in the background for you guys to listen to in case I go very quiet.
Do age very, very slowly, but they don't die of old age. Their life is coterminous with the earth. Humans only live a short time here within Arda, and then they die, and their spirits go somewhere else. The primary dimension that differentiates elves and men is their connection with Arda. Humans, however, when their spirits depart, they leave Arda behind entirely. The humans are called the aftercomers, the ones who are born second. The most important
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that little Smurfette
was the story of Numenor. There are some surviving
sticker I did for you.
have survived the
I just
wars
thought that would be a
of
fun little holdover until I got this one finished.
And the Valar say, we're going to make you a special land. So they create them an island called Numenor.
But by law of Smurfs, your only personality from now on is a girl. That is your only personality trait that you're allowed to have now.
300 years. They become taller. They're just blessed in every way, the Numenorians. They become the most amazing group of men ever in the history of the world. But they become discontented. They long for immortal life. They don't want to die. They don't want to leave the world. And so they try to find ways to make themselves immortal. So increasingly, the Numenorians become discontented. And then they meet Sauron. The last Numenorian king sets out to conquer him, and he takes Sauron captive, and he's brought back to Numenor. And when Sauron is in Numenor, he swiftly becomes the chief counselor of the king and convinces him to attack the Valar themselves and to take the immortal land.
Thank you for supporting us, Halls. Honestly, you've been such a help. It's been a bit of a dire time for us all. And honestly, your support means a hell of a lot, so...
Almost all of the Numenorians die, but a few of them survive. There are a few Numenorians, a subset of the population population who are still faithful to their old friendship with the elves and the Valar. And they establish themselves, the last exiled remnants of Numenor in Middle-earth itself. The survivor of Numenor was named Elendil, and he gets together with the last king of the High Elves remaining in Middle-earth. And the two of them form the last alliance of elves.
Internet's going funny.
They go and they attack Sauron and they throw him down for good and all. Isildur, Elendil's son, cuts the ring from his hand. The overthrow of Sauron is the end of the early mythology. But as he's writing The Lord of the Rings, things start to come together. And in particular, that story of Numenor, which was so important to Tolkien. Frodo and the hobbits, as they're leaving the Shire, encounter Strider the Ranger in Bree. Strider becomes their guide and takes them to Rivendell, and this is how we meet the character of Aragorn, who is the heir of Isildur and the future king of Gondor, the heir of Numenor. He becomes the Dunedain. Now, Dunedain is the word that's used in The Lord of the Rings for the descendants of Numenor. The descendants of Numenor are still among us in Middle-earth. Their descendants are lesser. It's been a long time since Numenor, but there are still descendants of the great people among us. Gondor, in particular, is where the people of Middle-earth joined together with the descendants of the Numenorians, and together they made a kingdom which, in Middle-earth, recalled the splendor of Numenor that was. The eagles are really important characters in Tolkien's stories from the beginning. In the early mythology, the eagles are spirits. They are Ainur. They are some of the servants of Manwë, some of the chief servants of Manwë. Manwë, of course, was the leader of the pantheon, right? He was essentially the king of Middle-earth, and he was the god of the air. And when the eagles come rolling in, it means that Manwë is taking a hand directly in events. They are also one of the elements where we can see most clearly that Tolkien was not just imagining the Hobbit as part of his old mythology world from the beginning. Even in the Hobbit, the eagles come by the end of the story to recall the eagles of Manwë. In some ways, the high point of the whole Hobbit story is Bilbo crying out, "The eagles are coming," which is not only this miraculous rescue there, but again, there's an almost supernatural element there. In The Lord of the Rings, as the story develops and as he integrates the new story with the old mythology, the eagles become the mechanisms by which the Valar are still taking a hand and helping the people of Middle-earth. This, of course, bears on the question which many people have asked: why don't they just fly on eagles to take the ring to Mordor? One reason why they don't do that is that that would be a really bad story. The second reason, they would be really easy to see coming, and Sauron has an air force too. The third reason, the eagles are not mounts, right? It's thinking of them completely wrong. They are not just birds. They are certainly not just mounts. And so when they come in, they are allies who might be able to intervene, as they do intervene again at the very end of The Lord of the Rings, in the Battle of the Black Gate. They are allies, and they seem, by implication, to be allies sent even by the Valar to help in extreme times of need.
I'm giving Gollum pink hair as a reference to William, which I hope he won't be offended by, but it's because he does a really, really good Gollum impression.
Haven't slept for 2 months.
Hypnotism, acupuncture.
Like, William is a far more talented voice performer than I am,
I don't know what I want to do.
All it takes is that
so
one person.
I thought that would be a fun way to reference.
Still up. Only on Apple TV Plus.
Just take my hand, 'cause this is what we came for.
One of the most dramatic characters in The Lord of the Rings is the Balrog of Moria, right? And everybody loves the confrontation between Gandalf and the Balrog on the bridge of Khazad-dûm. The Balrogs are really old characters. They are there almost from the beginning in Tolkien's mythology. Melkor, of course, the big bad guy, when he comes into Arda at the beginning, he brings with him many spirits. The Balrogs are the chief of those. The Balrogs and Sauron served together under Morgoth. So when Gandalf is confronting the Balrog on the bridge of Khazad-dûm, it is a big, big deal. They are associated with shadows and darkness, but mostly with flame. and especially their whips of flame.
If this is some lothead's idea of a joke, I can only say it is in very poor taste.
Dwarves have perhaps the most dramatic evolution of any of the races in Tolkien's world. In the original mythology, dwarves are bad guys. They're servants of Morgoth. They're like right alongside the orcs. Tolkien not only does not emphasize that they're very skilled craftsmen, he says explicitly that they're not skilled craftsmen. All they care about is the bottom line. When Tolkien is writing his new story, his Hobbit story, he wants to include dwarves, heavily influenced by the dwarves of his mythology. And remember, the dwarves in his mythology are not anything to brag about. They are not heroes. But here's the thing. As he's writing the story, the dwarves transform. The dwarves change a lot over the course of The Hobbit itself. In Chapter 1, when they show up on Bilbo's doorstep, and they're explaining to Bilbo what happened, Thorin sings a song.
The misty mountains
Talk about
cold
their works of hand and all of the beautiful things that they made. That idea emerges there in the
and
Hobbit and
caverns.
becomes this dominant part of the story, so that when the dwarves get back to their treasure, it's no longer just about the money. It's now about recovering the work of their fathers and their homeland of old. And it becomes a really moving story. And Thorin becomes a really interesting character. He has this really bad moment where he's threatening to throw Bilbo off the wall, victim of the dragon sickness and becoming overwhelmed by his desire for the treasure and his greediness, but he turns away from it. And in the end, Thorin Oakenshield dies a sacrificial death. Dwarves kind of become heroes over the course of The Hobbit. The new story changes the old mythology. So when he brings the two things together in his later career, he ends up having to change stuff about dwarves. But over the course of The Lord of the Rings in particular, we can see him beginning to develop further this idea of who the dwarves are and what they're like. They become clearly one of the free people, and now dwarves, elves, and men together become the core of what Tolkien calls the free peoples of Middle-earth. There are several places in The Lord of the Rings that allude to the fact that the origins of the dwarves are uncertain, right? That nobody's really sure about where the dwarves came from. Well, one of the reasons for this was that Tolkien was unsure where dwarves came from. He invented some stories, and he eventually decided that they were made by the god Aule, the Vala who is in charge of the earth, of stone, but also of craftsmanship. He was the smithing god. And he makes dwarves to be his helpers, but he doesn't really have the authority. But Ilúvatar has pity on them and spares them, and he infuses them, the dwarves, with some of his own will. So we still have the two children of Ilúvatar, elves and men, and the dwarves become the stepchildren of Ilúvatar, retconning in Tolkien's mythology. Now the orcs are the primary bad guys. If you're fighting the armies of evil on the fields of Middle-earth, it's probably orcs that you're fighting. Orcs were part of the original mythology. The word orc was derived from Tolkien's Elvish languages. Orcs were basically constructs. They were
It is crazy to think that Tolkien invented the word orc, like that staple of fantasy is a Tolkien creation, rather than coming from like folklore itself.
And this is a really important idea. This mythic concept of this embodied evil is an important element that we can see running through The Lord of the Rings. When Tolkien starts writing his new story, in his Hobbit story, he included goblins. Now he calls them goblins instead of orcs. Orc and goblin are in Tolkien's world really synonyms. Goblins of fairy tale tradition had a lot of similarities with the orcs of Tolkien's mythology. However, the orcs create what is probably the single biggest problem in Tolkien's world. He decided in writing The Lord of the Rings that his old mythology wouldn't work in this new context. At the end of the day, he decided that Morgoth could not actually create creatures of his own. Right? It becomes part of his mythology that only Ilúvatar, only God, has the ability to create a sentient race. Aule made the dwarves, but Ilúvatar helps them along and adopts them. Well, if that's true, if only a Luvatar can create sentient races, then Morgoth couldn't have made the orcs as simple constructs. So Tolkien develops a second story, a second version for where orcs came from, and he goes back and he changes the mythology. If all sentient creatures can only be created by a Luvatar, then logically, orcs have to be not a new species, but a corruption of an old species. Morgoth, back in the very early days, right after the elves awoke by the shores of Cuiviénen, Morgoth captured some of them, and he brought them back to his dark domain, and he tortured them, and he twisted them, and the result was the orcs. The orcs are corrupted, twisted elves. Now, there are several different breeds of orcs. We know that the orcs of the Misty Mountains are sort of one way, and the orcs of Mordor are bigger and stronger. But there's one major innovation that we see in The Lord of the Rings, and that is the group called the Uruk-hai. And the Uruk-hai are the orcs of Saruman. We are not told definitively within the narrative exactly where the Uruk-hai came from. The speculation that we're given believes that they are a blending of the races of orc and men, that the Uruk-hai are the results of crossbreeding between orcs and men. The interbreeding of orcs and men does not bear thinking about, because that could only have happened in one of several truly horrifying ways.
Today, UBA has been the target of a cyber attack. When will the secrets come out?
You need a miracle. I am offering you a lifeline.
They're making moves.
Seems like everybody is.
Dragons are a really important part of Tolkien's world and Tolkien's mythology. In the early stages of the wars between Morgoth and the elves, Morgoth decides he's got to do something to tip the scales. And so dragons are his answer. He designs the first dragon, and the first dragon, the father of dragons, was named Glaurung. And the dragons were originally wingless. Glaurung comes out and he does the job. Glaurung becomes one of Morgoth's chief.
Okay, pop quiz holes if you're... No, you're not paying attention. I was going to say.
In the wars with Morgoth. And he releases the winged dragon during the War of Wrath at the end. The bad guys almost win. So the dragons have a major, major role in the early mythology. Now, when Tolkien begins his new story, his Hobbit story, ultimately, it's going to be a dragon story. One minor, but really interesting bad guy in Tolkien's world are werewolves. Now, these are not werewolves in the European tradition, who are human beings who get infected and transform into wolves at the full moon. But these are just especially evil wolves. They're sort of more products of Morgoth's research and development department. They are the bodies of large wolves combined with fell spirits. And it's interesting because Sauron is actually the one who spearheads the werewolf project. The werewolves don't come in for a whole lot of stories. However, in the new story, he brings the wolves back. In The Hobbit, the wargs are encountered, of course, right near the goblins, and they're the allies of the goblins. They're kind of borrowed from the old werewolves of the old mythology tradition. They're intelligent, they speak their own language, and they are the mounts of the goblins, but they're the allies. When Tolkien begins to integrate these things, the wargs stay, but he kind of downplays the wolves. The wolves get really kind of put aside. Some orcs still ride wolves, but the wolves themselves become a lesser character.
But dear Frodo, hobbits really are amazing creatures.
You may be interested by the fact that we're only now getting to hobbits. Hobbits are really the iconic Tolkien race. He might have thought about elves first and foremost, but for the modern reader, in the modern audience, it's all about the hobbits. Hobbits emerged when he started writing his new story. In fact, Tolkien was so poor that he signed up to grade exams. So there was one essay, he was in the middle of grading it, right? And he flips over the page, and they left a page blank. And so on this blank page, he takes his pen, and he writes, "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit." And he had no idea what a hobbit was. So the first story of the Hobbit story was him figuring out what a hobbit was. And he decided that hobbits were these funny little people. And he developed the whole hobbit culture, which has become absolutely beloved by modern readers. The world of the hobbits really kind of took over. The original seed of the Lord of the Rings story was the long-expected party. Bilbo's farewell party, where he brings in all of his relatives and then insults them and shocks them all and vanishes and hands things off to Frodo. But Tolkien didn't know what Frodo was going to do or where he was going to go. As the story of the Lord of the Rings developed, the hobbits don't really change very fundamentally. Their culture remains very much the same. Their role, of course, becomes really important. And them as the representative of the little people, of small people who are not themselves very important, yet accomplishing big things, becomes one of the major themes of the Lord of the Rings. Now, Tolkien never really explains. So it seems the most likely explanation within Tolkien's mythology of hobbits is that they are somehow a subspecies of men that, at some point, and for some reason, became small. There are other subraces of men that he introduced kind of like hobbits in this way. Humans in Tolkien's world are kind of malleable.
There's more where that came from.
One of the other bad guy races are trolls in Tolkien's world. And they're weird, they're funny, they speak in Cockney accents. The trolls are really just kind of fun characters, fun villains that he invents on his own. The chief characteristic of the trolls, apart from, being large, strong, not very intelligent and man-eating, is that they turn into stone when the sun shines on them, because they in fact permanently turn into stone statues if sunlight falls upon them. That's of course the story of the hobbits, how they escape from the trolls.
Frodo, it's Mr. Bilbo's trolls.
Now, Treebeard the Ant tells us in The Lord of the Rings that the trolls are made by the enemy in mockery of Ents, as the orcs were of elves. Trolls were sort of animated stone, just as Ents are kind of animated trees, right? That they are creatures who are fundamentally made out of stone and who are enslaved to the will of Sauron.
It's talking, Mary. The tree is talking.
Tree? I am no tree.
Giants have an interesting history in Tolkien's world. Giants are, of course, a staple of traditional fairy tale stories. In the early mythology, there are some references to giants. It seems like giants kind of exist, but he never really told any stories about giants. Treebeard, originally, in Tolkien's idea, was a Jack and the Beanstalk styled giant. But at the same time, this other idea was beginning to grow in Tolkien's mind and to begin to become an element of the story, and that is the idea of sentient trees, which can communicate even, in a way, and which can move and act against the hobbits. And these trees, they're not evil per se, but they're hostile, very hostile to the hobbits. And they're hostile because, from the tree's perspective, these little bipeds, right, they come in with their axes and they want to clear land for farming, right, and other useless things like that from the tree perspective. They're not servants of Sauron, they're not creatures of Morgoth or anything like that. They're just territorial and they don't like bipeds much at all. The moment comes when the hobbits come, Merry and Pippin, of course, are coming to Fangorn Forest, another ancient forest down in the southern part of the world. In that moment, Tolkien has one of these flashes of inspiration, which just transform things, and he realizes, wait a second, this is a giant who is a tree, and he becomes Treebeard the Ant. As soon as he makes this decision, as soon as he realizes, no, this is not a Jack and the Beanstalk style giant we're talking about here. The entire chapter, the entire Treebeard chapter, chapter 4 of book 3 of The Two Towers, emerges almost word for word in one draft. The story of Treebeard and the Ents, how they were woken up and taught language by the elves, all comes together in one shot. In The Two Towers, we have Treebeard and the Ents, but we also have this middle class of creatures called Huorns. Ents, as they are related to trees, some learn to talk about. So Huorns are in fact a sort of middle stage. They're wakeful trees or they're sleepy Ents. So when the Huorns come in and armies of Huorns take out the army of orcs after the Battle of Helm's Deep and invade Isengard, that's what Tolkien's talking about. One of Tolkien's favorite villains from the beginning were giant spiders. From the very beginning of his mythology, one of his big villains was named Ungoliant, the Gloom Weaver, and she's a gigantic spider. She is like the embodiment of darkness itself, and her role in the early stories, in the early mythologies, she's an ally of Morgoth. Now, Ungoliant did have children. She had a brood of giant spider offspring. Which then go on to trouble the land and to become characters in other stories. We have, of course, the giant spiders of Mirkwood. That Mirkwood is a dark place where light is choked off, and in the midst of this dark and gloomy forest is the spider colony. We're also told that they're bitter enemies of the Wood Elves. So when Tolkien came to write The Lord of the Rings, he decided early on, when Frodo and Sam were going to get into Mordor, one of the last obstacles they were going to have to pass was giant spiders. Sauron is with Morgoth from the beginning. Sauron was originally one of the servants of Aule, the god of craftsmanship. This is why he becomes the one who forges the Rings of Power. The story of the forging of the Rings of Power, however, comes a good deal later. And in fact, that does not originate in the early mythology at all. It originates from the new story. When Tolkien is writing The Hobbit, he includes the necromancer. At the end of The Hobbit, we are told that Gandalf went to meet with all the other wizards and kicked the necromancer out of southern Mirkwood. When Tolkien sits down to write the sequel, he quickly fixes on the necromancer as a very likely antagonist for the sequel. He decided to send his Hobbit protagonists on an adventure, and they hear the sound of hoofbeats coming up the road from behind them. Now, they think this is probably Gandalf. In the very first draft, when Tolkien wrote this, horse comes around the corner, and it is Gandalf. He goes back to where he had said it was a white horse. He decided it was a wraith, and it was a wraith in the service of the necromancer, and that it is hunting for Frodo. Why would it be hunting for Frodo? And as he begins to work this out, the whole story of Sauron and the Rings of Power begins to emerge. He puts his own will to dominate the wills of others into the Ring of Power. He convinces Celebrimbor, one of the old High Elves, to stay in Middle-earth after the War of Wrath. He convinces him to forge other Rings of Power. And his idea is to use those lesser Rings of Power to ensnare the leaders of all of the good races. But it doesn't work, because the elves figure out what he's up to. He ends it with the survivors of the Númenóreans and the last of the High Elves joining together in the last alliance of elves and men to take down Sauron. He inserts the Ring of Power now into that story and says that at that time they
Haven't slept for 2 months.
Hypnotism, acupuncture, none of it works.
I don't know what I want to do.
All it takes is that one person to really see you.
Still up. Only on Apple TV Plus.
Just take my hand, 'cause this is what we came for.
cut the Ring of Power from Sauron's hand and is eventually found by Bilbo in The Hobbit and comes to Frodo here in The Lord of the Rings. So one of the things that Sauron made were these 9 rings. He tried to ensnare all of the races. It didn't work out. He gives his 9 rings of power to 9 kings among the different human cultures of the time. And he ensnared them by the promise of immortality. He delivers on that promise in a warped and twisted way. Their wills become enslaved to him, and they are, in fact, stretched out. But they don't even have bodies anymore, right? They become tormented spirits who are chained to this world. So the Ringwraiths, as we see them, they are his most terrible servants. They are themselves enslaved in a way that is that goes beyond the power of their own lives and keeps them here in this world. There are 2 other categories of tormented spirits that I would mention in particular. The hobbits, as they're traveling out of the Shire very early on in their journey, have to go through the Barrow Downs. In these barrows, there seem to be unquiet dead who are called Barrow Wights, and they are sent into the graves and they animate these corpses. The other group of tormented spirits that we meet are the Oathbreakers. These ghosts are not like Barrow Wights. These are actually the lingering spirits of people who used to be alive. They were a tribe of people who lived in Gondor and who swore their allegiance to Isildur. But when Isildur comes to them and calls them up and says, hey, we're going to war, time for the Battle of the Last Alliance, join us, they didn't come. Isildur cursed them and said, you shall never rest again until you fulfill your oath. So when Aragorn comes, he is the heir of Isildur, so he has the authority and says, I'm going to give you a second chance, guys. It's now time to fulfill your oath again. And they do. And Aragorn uses the army of the dead. He deploys the army of the dead to save the day at the Battle of Pelennor Field. But after the Oathbreakers help them with that initial battle, Aragorn releases them. And that was each and every race in Tolkien's Middle-earth. I hope this helps you to understand a little bit better about how Tolkien's ideas developed, and I think it's a really fascinating study in the growth of a modern mythology. And of course, you can see how much of modern fantasy ideas emerged from Tolkien's world.
This month's Voxy Mobile offer is great.
Yeah, unlimited social media and 30 gig of data from £10 a month.
Over again with Smeagol killed his cousin, Deagol, right? In The Lord of the Rings, the two towers are Orthanc and Barad-dûr. That Lord of the Eagles who shows up in The Hobbit to rescue Gandalf and the dwarves, he is Gwaihir the Wind Lord. Except, no. Actually, none of that is what Tolkien wrote. These are all Middle-earth misconceptions. Maya, Govan and Melanine, and welcome to a Top 10 Tolkien Myths Untangled video. In the decades since the Professor's most iconic books were first published, a few inevitable misconceptions have arisen. Some of these are the result of other authors writing inaccurately about Tolkien. For example, we are told that Deagol was the cousin of Smeagol, as if that were a fact, in David Day's Tolkien the Illustrated Encyclopedia, despite the fact that in Lord of the Rings, Tolkien only ever describes Deagol as being Smeagol's friend. In Letter 214, Tolkien does tell us that Deagol was evidently a relative, as no doubt all the members of the small community were, but that's a far cry from Deagol was his cousin. And quick side note, there are a lot of misconceptions in David Day's books. He is, how can I say this politely, he's not very well respected within certain circles of the Tolkien community. His books contain a notoriously high number of, made-up things. Anyway, some other misconceptions arise due to iconic adaptations, such as the two towers being portrayed as Orthanc and Barad-dûr in Peter Jackson's movies. In the book, Tolkien states explicitly that the two towers are in fact Orthanc and Minas Morgul. But Minas Morgul doesn't appear in Peter Jackson's The Two Towers, and so for reasons that I think do make a lot of sense really, the second tower in the movies became Sauron's tower in Mordor. Over the years, these movies have cemented themselves within the public consciousness, and so more misconceptions are born. And finally, some misconceptions are just very cool pieces of speculation that would be really, really nice if they were true, but unfortunately, they just aren't. If Gwaihir were the Lord of the Eagles in The Hobbit, it would tie The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and The Silmarillion together. It would give Gwaihir more to do, and it would be very cool, but it just can't be. In Lord of the Rings, Gandalf tells us he's only ridden Gwaihir twice before picking up Frodo and Sam from Mount Doom, but that just wouldn't check out if Gwaihir were the same Lord of the Eagles from The Hobbit. So, here are 10 more Middle-earth misconceptions debunked. Starting at number 10. Elves cannot give up their immortality. They cannot just choose a mortal life. I mean, alright, Arwen does in the Third Age, and so does her uncle Elros, aka Numenor's first ever king in the Second Age, and also in the First Age, Luthien Tinuviel totally does go from immortal to mortal. But these are all super specific cases, and technically neither Arwen nor Elros nor Luthien are actually 100% elven. Arwen is able to choose a mortal life because she is the daughter of Elrond, half-elven. Elrond and his brother Elros were born to a father who was himself half-elf, half-man, and to a mother who was a slightly more complicated mix of part-elf, part-man, also little part Maya. Because these two brothers, Elrond and Elros, are so mixed in their heritage, they are given the choice, the privilege of choosing whether to be counted among the kindreds of elves or men. Elros chose mortality, and so he and all his descendants are counted among the race of men. His descendants become the kings of Numenor. Elrond obviously made the opposite choice, and he was granted the immortal life of an elf. However, whereas the mortal descendants of Elros are locked into mortality, for they belong to the race of men, the immortal children of Elrond half-elven are still given the choice of their father. They are counted among the Eldar from birth, but they alone of all elves are able to opt out, to renounce their immortality. Obviously, Arwen does do exactly that for the sake of love, and Tolkien never actually told us what became of her brothers, Elladan and Elrohir, but like Galadriel, for example, Legolas, Thranduil, Gil-galad, every other elf of the First, Second, and Third Ages except Elrond, they are all immortals by nature. Their bodies can be slain, but their spirits are bound to Arda. They cannot pass beyond the circles of the world, as all mortals must. And they do not have a choice to change that. But what then about Luthien Tinuviel? She did choose a mortal life, and she is not a descendant of Elrond's. Well, yeah, very true. But again, Luthien is about as exceptional as any elf could possibly be. There is nothing ordinary about Luthien Tinuviel. Just like Elrond, Luthien is technically only half-elven. Her father was an elf, but her mother was one of the Maya, one of the angelic sort of demigods of the same order as Sauron and the Balrogs. However, unlike Elrond, Luthien was not simply given the choice to relinquish her immortality, she took it. She made it happen. The tale of Beren and Luthien is a very long one, and if you want the full details, I do have an 11-video playlist explaining it in full, but for now, I will say that at the end of the story, they both die. But Luthien, as an elf, she dies in the immortal kind of way. Her body falls lifeless in Middle-earth, but her spirit is summoned to the halls of Mandos in the uttermost west, where it should be held and judged, and in the case of good elves, rehoused into a new body, to live again in the undying lands. Beren, on the other hand, he dies a mortal death. His spirit is briefly held in the halls of Mandos, but then it must depart beyond the circles of the world and return to Ilúvatar outside of creation. The eventual fate of men is unknown even to the Valar. But Luthien really, really loved Beren. So she did something that no being has ever done before or again after. She sang a song, so beautiful that the immovable Mandos was moved to pity. She convinced the gods, effectively, to make an exception for her and Beren. And so, eventually, with the permission of Ilúvatar himself, Beren and Luthien were both allowed to return to Middle-earth to live a second life together. But the catch was that they had to do so as mortals. They must live one lifetime together, and then they must both pass together beyond the circles of the world. And the reason that this is relevant to Arwen, Elros, and Elrond is because the granddaughter of Beren and Luthien, she was that half-elven woman who married that half-elven guy, and together they created the very half-elven twins, Elrond and Elros. So, with the very specific exceptions of Luthien, Elros, Arwen, and maybe Eladan and Elrohir, who are all technically half-elves of the same family, the elves of Middle-earth cannot choose to go from immortal to mortal. They cannot change the way their spirits were created by Ilúvatar. And while we are on the topic of Ilúvatar, number 9. Elrond did not summon the Council of Elrond. So this is one of those misconceptions that I think is born straight out of Peter Jackson's movies. In the first movie, Elrond says at the Council of Elrond, "You have been summoned here to answer the threat of Mordor." And in an extended scene from the second movie, Denethor confirms that Elrond has called a meeting, because the weapon of the enemy has been found. According to the movies, Boromir went to Rivendell to attend this meeting. He knew about the ring from the start, and presumably the other people at the council were all also summoned to Rivendell for that same purpose. But this is not what Tolkien wrote. In the book, at the beginning of the council, Elrond says, "The ring. That is the doom that we must deem. That is the purpose for which you are called hither. Called, I say, though I have not called you to me, strangers from distant lands, you have come and are here met, in this very nick of time, by chance, as it may seem, yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered that we, who sit here and none others, must now find counsel for the peril of the world." This theme of chance, if chance it were, so in other words, not chance, instead the designs of Ilúvatar, it's a hugely important part of The Lord of the Rings, and it makes the Council of Elrond a lot more special in, the grand scheme of things. The people who happened to be there aren't foreign dignitaries that Elrond summoned for his council. He didn't invite elves and dwarves and men there. His invites to, Theoden of Rohan and King Brand of Dale, they didn't get lost in the post. It's much more profound than that. There are a whole host of reasons that have, seemingly by chance, yet it is not so, brought these strangers from distant lands together, and fate has determined that these individuals and none others should be the ones who deem the doom of the ring. The only reason Gimli even came to Rivendell was because his father Glóin was going, and the reason Glóin made the journey was A, in the hopes of finding out about Balin's mysterious expedition to Moria, but also B, to see his buddy Bilbo, and to give him a heads up that there are some dodgy dudes from Mordor looking for a halfling called Baggins. Legolas came to Rivendell to deliver the bad news that Gollum had escaped his imprisonment by the Wood Elves of Mirkwood, and Boromir was only there because he and his brother had received really weird dreams telling them to seek the sword that was broken in Imladris. However, Tolkien's point is that all these individual players are part of a much bigger picture. Ilúvatar designed creation in such a way that the perfect combination of strangers must all happen to meet on just the right day, in just the right place, and because they do, the ring is destroyed. The Council of Elrond isn't an argumentative meeting of Middle-earth's bigwigs. It wasn't summoned by Elrond himself. It was designed by a far higher power. And instead of devolving into bickering, as it does in the movies, the Council eventually devolves into silence. The ring... has to be destroyed.
It is me doing a art piece for one of our Patreons. So what I'm drawing is basically a version of Riddles in the Darks. Basically, the Patreon who requested this joined our live streams, joined our channel when I was doing Hobbit live streams, where I was reading The Hobbit, and so that's what I'm depicting. I'm depicting Bilbo, or me as Bilbo, reading the Hobbit story to Gollum. But I thought I'd take folk along for the ride and have actually document what it's like to draw this shit. So that's what it's looking like right now. But it's a lot more progress is still to be made.
Who will do it? Frodo sits in the silence. He feels an overwhelming desire to stay in Rivendell, to find peace at Bilbo's side, but then he opens his mouth, and, as if some other will were using his small voice, Ilúvatar, Frodo says, "I will take the ring to Mordor, though I do not know the way." There is only one way the ring could have been destroyed. Only one way to achieve a happy ending. And this disparate group of strangers from distant lands who by chance happen to find themselves in Rivendell on October the 25th, they are the only combination of people who could get us to it. It's a major theme in all the great tales of Middle-earth. Ilúvatar knows what he's doing. Number 8. Sauron is not incorporeal. At the time of The Lord of the Rings, he does have a body. Considering that he is the Lord of the Rings, Sauron does not get a whole lot of page time in that story. Throughout most of it, he's a name that is mentioned in fear. He's an idea, a kind of far-off threat, but he totally does have a physical form, and he totally does appear directly on the page in one scene. He has lines of dialogue with one of our main characters, but not as a giant our main characters, but not as a giant fiery eyeball. In most instances, the lidless eye is no more a literal description of Sauron's physical form than the white hand is a description of Saruman's. It's a symbol and a metaphor. However, to be fair, the great eye wreathed in flame thing is not invented out of nothing. During his time in Lothlorien, Frodo looks into the mirror of Galadriel, and among other things, he saw an eye rimmed with fire, yellow as a cat's, watchful and intent, and the black slit of its pupil opened on a pit, a window into nothing. So, the eye of Sauron is, at least in some way, a literal eye. But whereas it's often portrayed as being totally absent any kind of a corresponding body, we know that this is not the case for Sauron as Tolkien wrote him. Even at the end of the Third Age, Sauron does have a physical form. And there comes a moment in the story where he actually shares some dialogue with one of our hobbits. But, interestingly, not Frodo. It is when Pippin looks into the Palantir that he sees Sauron looking back at him in real time. He hears his voice. And this is not a vision. It's not a dream. It is pretty much a face-to-face conversation between Pippin and Sauron via their respective Palantiri, like a video call. Except, instead of audio, they have scary psychic thought projection. And so, Pippin is the only character within The Lord of the Rings to have an on-page interaction with the Dark Lord. But, if you want a description of what Sauron's physical form looks like, well, we know he has a cat-like eye, assuming that what Frodo saw in the mirror of Galadriel was literal, but beyond that, I'm afraid details are pretty scarce. In letter 144, Tolkien wrote that in the year 1000 of the Third Age, so 2000 years before The Lord of the Rings, the shadow of Sauron began first to grow again a new shape. And in letter 246, he wrote that Sauron should be thought of as very terrible. The form that he took was that of a man, of more than human stature, but not gigantic. Aside from that, we really only get one other piece of info, but it really sticks with me. In the Two Towers, Frodo mentions to Gollum that it was Isildur who cut off the finger of the enemy, and Gollum replies, yes, he has only 4 on his black hand, but they are enough. And I can't really say why, but this line always makes me shiver. For whatever reason, Sauron does not reform the finger that Isildur cut off 3,000 years ago. 9 fingers is something that both Sauron and Frodo will come to share. But I think the truly creepy implication here is that Gollum knows this. We are told that he was once captured by the enemy and tortured in Mordor, but the fact that Gollum knows exactly how many fingers Sauron has suggests, at least to me, that Gollum has come face to face with Sauron. Perhaps Sauron tortured Gollum in person. Number 7. Destroying Middle-earth is not what Sauron wants. I think understanding Sauron's motives is really important in appreciating his character, and it's simply not true to say that if Sauron reclaimed the ring, he would end the world. That is not what he is about. total annihilation, destruction of all things, that's kind of the opposite of what Sauron is shooting for. Absolute destruction is what motivated Sauron's former master, Morgoth. And the difference between Sauron's motive and Morgoth's is a fascinating insight into their fundamental personalities. There is a section of an essay in the history of Middle-earth called Notes on Motives in the Silmarillion. And in those notes, Tolkien wrote, thus, as Morgoth was confronted by the existence of other inhabitants of Arda, aka elves and men, he was enraged by the mere fact of their existence. His sole, ultimate object was their destruction. Basically, Morgoth was like that tyrant toddler who would rather break his favorite toy than let anyone else touch it. He wanted to be the number one most powerful thing in creation, but because he's not Ilúvatar, he never can be. So instead, he adopted a policy that is all about discord and ruin and perversion and destruction. However, Sauron, he is the opposite. Sauron is, at the end of the day, a craftsman and a creator. In those same notes on motives, Tolkien wrote that Sauron had never reached Morgoth's stage of nihilistic madness. He did not object to the existence of the world so long as he could do what he liked with it. He still had the relics of positive purposes that descended from the good of the nature in which he began. It had been his virtue, and therefore also the cause of his fall and of his relapse, that he loved order and coordination and disliked all confusion and wasteful friction. In other words, Sauron wanted to do good. He wanted to craft the world into something that he considered perfect. But he needed power to do it. And over time, as is so often the case, the means to his end eventually turned into the end in and of itself. Morgoth was motivated by envy. Envy turned to shame. Shame led to hatred, and hatred gave way to destruction. However, Sauron was motivated by a desire to craft perfection. But perfection requires order, and order can only be enforced through control. And in the case of Sauron and tens of thousands of others in the real world, control slowly turned into dominion. Number 6. The Arkenstone is not a Silmaril. So, there is a common theory that I'm sure you've heard before, suggesting that one of the First Age Silmarils, presumably the one that was thrown into a fiery chasm after the War of Wrath, somehow got transported by, I don't know, shifting tectonic plates, I guess. But according to this theory, geological force moved a Silmaril of the First Age about 1,000 miles under the earth to the Lonely Mountain, which, again, according only to this theory, is lonely because it is actually a dormant volcano. And then, about 5,500 years later, some dwarves of the Lonely Mountain rediscovered this First Age Silmaril, and they called it the Arkenstone. And this is a really cool theory. I think just like Gwaihir being the Lord of the Eagles from The Hobbit, having the Arkenstone be a Silmaril ties different stories together in a pretty neat way. It feels satisfying, and it makes the Legendarium feel more like one super long narrative. Also, there are some similarities between the Arkenstone and the Silmarils. They are both super precious jewels, they both glow with their own internal light, and they are both coveted by powerful kings who ultimately meet sticky ends. However, if we look at the specifics of what Tolkien wrote, I think we can say with near certainty that the Arkenstone is not one of the lost Silmarils. Firstly, we are told that the Arkenstone was cut by the dwarfs into a multifaceted jewel, but the Silmarils are unbreakable. They definitely cannot be chipped away at to change their shape. Secondly, we are explicitly told in the Silmarillion that the lost Silmarils would remain lost until the ending of Arda. But I think the most damning piece of evidence against this theory that all 3 of the Silmarils were hallowed by Elbereth Gilthorniel, the Queen of Light and Stars, which means they will burn any unclean flesh or mortal hand that touches them. That's a massive part of the plot. But in The Hobbit, loads of mortal hands touch the Arkenstone, some of them not particularly amazing people. If it were a Silmaril, surely it must burn them. I know that Beren was a mortal man in the Silmarillion, and he totally did touch his Silmaril without being burned by it, but A, that's the point of the story. He had Ilúvatar on his side. And B, don't forget, Beren did lose the hand that held the Silmaril. He did not get off scot-free. Mortals can't just touch a Silmaril without facing consequences. And for that reason, I think we can say with a fair degree of certainty that the Arkenstone is not a Silmaril. However, there is another dimension to this question, because from an in-universe, Middle-earth perspective, the Arkenstone is definitely not a Silmaril. But from a real-world Tolkien perspective, there is more that needs to be said. Tolkien's earliest writings that can be considered part of the Silmarillion, i.e. involving Silmarils, were put to pen decades before he began writing The Hobbit. But those Silmarillion writings were not first written with the intention of being published. They began as a private mythology, a personal hobby of Tolkien's, a vehicle with which he could explore his primary passion, language. And in some of those language notes that can be found dated to around the same time The Hobbit was being written, Tolkien translated bits of his Silmarillion stuff into the Old English language of the Anglo-Saxons. And the Old English word that Tolkien chose to translate Silmaril into was Eorklanstan. And Eorklanstan shares an etymology with the real-world Old Norse word Jarkenstein, which Tolkien then anglicized and modernized into Arkenstone. So, it is fair to say that the Arkenstone and the Silmarils inhabited a similar space in Tolkien's brain. He definitely was thinking about one while writing the other. I suppose we could say that the Arkenstone in The Hobbit kind of represents an analogue with the Silmarils of the Silmarillion. They are not the same thing, but Tolkien clearly took heavy inspiration from his private mythology whilst constructing The Hobbit. And we see this elsewhere. You know, the Woodland King, who was later named as Thranduil, that definitely isn't the same character as the Silmarillion's Woodland King, Eleuthingol, but there's a definite parallel. Thranduil's underground woodland halls that were originally made by dwarves are not the same as Thingol's underground woodland halls that were originally made by dwarves, but there is a clear parallel. And I think it's the same with the Arkenstone and the Silmarils. So, although it is a misconception to say that the Arkenstone is a Silmaril, it's also a bit of a misconception to say that they are...
I'm having a work from bed day.
Oh, fair enough.
I am tired. Day off today?
Yeah. Tell you what, if you're through here, like I'm currently streaming, so I'm just gonna close the stream down. No, it's fine. I'm literally not talking on the stream or anything. Like no one's watching, so I'm just. It was more just I had a record of.
related. Number 5. The peoples of Middle-earth do not use our Gregorian calendar. It's a very good question. Why did Tolkien, who put so much effort into building a secondary world, not invent his own calendar? Why do his characters use the same months that we do? Well, the answer to that is that Tolkien totally did invent his own calendar. In fact, he invented quite a few different calendars used by different communities. The reason his characters refer to the months as September or October or November has nothing to do with a lack of imagination and everything to do with an astounding attention to detail when it comes to language and translation. So, the people of Middle-earth do not speak English, obviously. They speak a load of different languages, but in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien only translates 2 of them. If a character is speaking, say, Sindarin, their words are written in Sindarin. Same with Quenya and Kuzdul and Orcish. However, if a character is speaking the Rohirric language, their words are translated into Old English. And if they are speaking the Common Tongue, Westron, then their words are translated into Modern English, or whatever language you're reading the books in. Now, the earliest calendars in Middle-earth were of Elvish origin, and these are pretty alien to what we are familiar with. An Elvish understanding of 1 year is actually 144 of our years, made up of 52,596 days and 8,766 weeks. Although, interestingly, for ritual purposes, the elves only had 6 days in each week. But they also observed a solar year that they called a Coronar, and that did have 365 and a quarter days, although instead of being divided into 12 months, this was divided into 6 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, fading, winter, and stirring. Now, because it is Tolkien that we are talking about here, everything I've just mentioned has a Quenya name, and a Sindarin name, and an English translation of their Westron name, which is different depending on whether we're talking about Bree or the Shire. Also, each of these names has their own etymologies and variants and fun little linguistic side notes, but even that is still only the tip of this iceberg. Because, as time wore on in Middle-earth, this elven calendar was adopted and then massively reworked by the men of Númenor in the Second Age. They are the ones who made weeks 7 days long, and they are the ones who divided the year into 12 months. And it's this Second Age Númenorian calendar that will, in the Third Age, evolve into quite a few different Middle-earth calendars, including the King's Reckoning of Gondor, the Steward's Reckoning of Gondor, the New Reckoning of Gondor and Arnor, and, of course, the Shire Reckoning used by hobbits and the Men of Bree. But right in the middle of the 9 pages where Tolkien explains some, but not even all, of these insanely complex specifics, he goes off on a bit of a tangent about how the Númenorian calendar isn't perfect, and thus every 1,000 years or so there is a millennial deficit of 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds. Which is why the Steward's Reckoning became a thing. It goes insanely deep. If I were to go down this rabbit hole, I'd be talking about calendars for hours. But what I find really frustrating, honestly, is that the calendars that Tolkien created, especially his Hobbit Shire Reckoning calendar, is just so much better than our own actual real-world Gregorian one. Just like with our actual calendar, the Shire Reckoning splits the Middle-earth year into 12 months. But, unlike our real-world calendar, all 12 of these months are exactly the same length. Each one is 30 days, no exceptions. If we use the Elvish language, these months have the most beautiful names. The month that we would call May is known in Quenya as Lotese, and in Sindarin as Lothron, which means flower month. And the month that we would call October is known in Quenya as Narquelie, and in Sindarin as Narbeleth, which means sun fading, or sun waning. But exquisite language is not the reason I prefer Tolkien's calendar to our own. His just makes more sense. As I said, every month has 30 days. Simple. You don't need the whole rhyme to remind yourself whether there's 30 or 31 days in, like, June. There's no weird months like February. It's consistent. Although, you may have cottoned on that if every month does have 30 days, and there are 12 of them, that's only 360 days in a year. We're still missing 5. And that brings us to the Lithe days, the best days of the year. In the calendar used by hobbits, we have the first 6 months of the year, after Yule, Solomath, Wreath, Astron, Thrymage, and Forlyth, and then you get the Lithe days. The 3 summer days that don't correspond to any month. They are their own thing. They are days meant only for partying and celebration. The day before Mid-Year's Day is a day of partying. And then Mid-Year's Day itself is an even bigger day of partying, and then it's followed by another day of Lithe, which is also a day of partying. And on leap years, you get a 4th day of partying over Lithe. Wouldn't it be great to have 3 days of every year that, like, aren't part of any month, and the only reason they exist is just to take them off and enjoy them? After the final Lithe day, we have the next 6 months of the year. After Lithe, Wedmath, Halimath, Winterfilth, Blotmath, and Fordyule. But that does still only account for 363 days, 64 on a leap year. There are still 2 days left. And these 2 extra days that also don't belong to any month are the Yule days. Basically, Hobbit Christmas. The first day of every new year is Yule Day. But the last day of every year is also Yule Day. So every year, as one year passes to the next, you get 2 Yule days back to back. 2 Christmases right next to each other. Also, only 335 years before the events of The Lord of the Rings, there was one final reform to the Shire calendar, which again just makes things so much tidier and more convenient than what we actually get in our own calendar. The Hobbits decided that Mid-Year's Day, and on leap years, the day after it, they should not have a weekday name. You know, it's not a Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday, it's just Mid-Year's Day. Its own separate thing. Which means that there are now only 364 days of the year that need a weekday name. And 364 divides by 7 exactly 52 times. 7 days in a week, 52 weeks in a year. What the Hobbits did was figure out a way to ensure that the days of the week and the days of the year will always sync up forever. No exceptions. A new year will always begin on a Saturday. Annual events will always fall on the same day of the week every year without fail. It's cleverer than what we have in real life. I think if I were handed absolute power over the entire planet, my first act of tyranny would be forcing this Hobbit calendar onto, like, all real-world affairs. It would be confusing at first, yeah, that's true, but every month would be exactly the same length, so that would actually simplify things in the long run, and in the middle of every year, we get 3 days off for partying that don't count towards any month, 4 days on a leap year, and when the year ends, we get 2 more 3 days to celebrate Christmas twice. With all due respect to, I don't know, it was one of the Pope Gregory's, wasn't it, who made our calendar? With all due respect to you, Tolkien created the better calendar. I will die on this hill. Number 4. Elves are not cold and emotionless. This is probably another misconception that's born out of adaptations, but I feel like there's a common perception that Tolkien's elves are so otherworldly and beyond comprehension that their standard facial expression is just steely badass. They are stoic, action heroes without very much at all in the way of, like, feelings. But that could not be further from the case. Tolkien's elves are typically super emotional. Legolas is possibly the best character to start with here. In Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, Legolas is probably the least developed member of the Fellowship in terms of, like, characterization, But one of the big things that we do see over and over again with Legolas is that he is almost indomitably cheerful. There is nothing cold about Legolas. While the Fellowship are desperately struggling to cross Caradhras and their spirits are at their lowest lows, Legolas is dancing and making jokes. He bursts out into spontaneous song multiple times in the story, and in one instance he is so emotionally moved by his own song that he has to stop singing it. He chokes himself up. Now, I'm certainly not trying to imply that Legolas isn't a badass. He is. He shoots a winged Nazgul out of the sky one time. It's incredibly badass. But he isn't some steely-eyed assassin. He is emotional to a fault, and he wears those emotions very, very openly. And Legolas is not an outlier among elves. Elrond, I think, is another elf who is often misconceived of as being super serious and severe all the time, but this does not reflect the Elrond that Tolkien wrote. In the book, Elrond is famous for his gentleness. He is as kind as summer. Rivendell is literally known for being a homely house. During Bilbo's time there, we see him joking and bantering with an elf called Lindir, and when Samwise Gamgee encounters his first ever elf, Gillador Inglorion, and Frodo asks him what he thought of the experience, Sam's response is that they are quite different from what I expected, so gay and sad, as it were. An elf's capacity for emotion is among the first things that Sam comments upon. Now, again, that's obviously not to say that all elves are unambiguously delightful. If you know anything about the Silmarillion, you will know that that's not true. But even in the case of villainous elves, like Feanor, he is still really quite emotional. Over the life of this channel, I think I have referred to Feanor as a psychopath, maybe more than once, but I don't actually think that that is a particularly accurate description. Psychopaths typically have a very dull emotional palette, but Feanor's emotions are as extreme as his personality. He is constantly feeling outrageous levels of anger and pride and jealousy. He may not have much of a conscience, but he certainly has emotions. Which brings us to number 3. Dwarves are not funny and Scottish. This is a weird one, and it's a misconception that's not specific to Tolkien. Scottish dwarves are a thing in popular culture, same with Scottish Vikings, but the reasons for this seem to be based on nothing more than just not particularly flattering national stereotypes. But before I talk about their kind of bizarre Scottishness, I want to talk about the other misconception, the more meaningful one. Maybe more so than any other race in Middle-earth, dwarves are not comic relief. Tolkien took his dwarves very seriously. And in The Lord of the Rings and its appendices in the Silmarillion, dwarves are massively hardcore. Historically, pre-Tolkien, dwarves in popular fiction, or dwarfs, were kinda silly. Like, that was the point of them. You know, Snow White is the protagonist of the story, her prince is the hero, the queen is the villain, and every single one of the dwarves is a joke. Even more historically than Disney, you have the dwarfs of fairy stories, creatures like Rumpelstiltskin, who is at best a kind of grumpy trickster, and at worst a monstrously evil baby thief. It's a weird story. I'm not really qualified to talk about the dwarves in C.S. Lewis's Narnia series, but I am under the impression that a good few of them are closer to the Rumpelstiltskin type of sinister dwarf than the dwarves of Durin's folk that Tolkien created in his writings. Because, even more historically, dwarves, or dwarrow, were an integral part of ancient Germanic mythology. Sometime back in the 5th century, a bunch of these Germanic peoples hopped across the water to Britain, where they became known as the Anglo-Saxons. And the language and history and culture of these Anglo-Saxons is what Tolkien's entire academic career was about. It's where his dwarves come from. Fair enough, the dwarves of The Hobbit aren't quite as, mythologically profound as the dwarves in later Middle-earth writings, But even within the much lighter tone of The Hobbit, Thorin and his company are not funny. There are moments of levity, but they don't typically come from the dwarves. There's a tragedy and a heaviness to Tolkien's dwarves. The supposed children's story in which we're first introduced to them, The Hobbit, ends with their king and both of his young heirs dead upon the battlefield. I certainly don't want to overbash Peter Jackson's movies, that's definitely not the point of this video, but one of the characters that I enjoyed least in his trilogy was Gimli. Or at least Gimli in the later two movies. In Fellowship, I think he does add his own distinct flavour to the film, but in Two Towers and Return of the King, 90% of his character's screen time is comic relief. And look, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, it just doesn't reflect the Gimli that Tolkien wrote. I also don't want to oversteer in the opposite direction. I'm not saying there is never any moment in all of The Lord of the Rings where Gimli ever shows a lighter side. There are moments, but they are on the very periphery of his character. Gimli is first and foremost stout. He's doughty, he's loyal, but he's also kind of grim. He's honourable, but he's combative. He's a great character, but of all 9 members of the Fellowship, I think it can be argued that he is the least likely to crack a joke. And if we move on to the appendices and the Silmarillion and focus on dwarves as a group rather than as individuals, we will see that there is nothing silly about them. In fact, if I had to sum up all of dwarven history in just one word, I think I would say bittersweet. The history of the dwarves is absolutely epic, and there is a good amount of variety in it. But throughout all 3 ages, and across The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, and the Silmarillion, the main through line that we see repeated over and over is that the dwarves have some place or something that is massively important to their culture and their way of life. Then, that thing is taken from them. They fight to get it back, and in so doing, vast numbers of them die. Usually their king included. Some survive, and dwarves do typically win the wars they fight, but almost every dwarven victory in all of Middle-earth's history comes at a ludicrously high cost. The story of the dwarves is a somber one. They are not funny. And they are not Scottish. I guess this is less of a misconception and more just a common adaptational choice, but this phenomenon is definitely not born out of Tolkien's writings. That name, Gimli, or Durin, or Thorin, or Dwalin, or Balin, or Dain, or Bifa, or Bofa, or Bomba, or Fili, or Kili, or Gandalf, or loads of others are real-world Old Norse names. There's a historic Icelandic poem called Voluspa that Tolkien was very familiar with, and within this historic Icelandic saga, there is a catalogue of dwarves with some very familiar names. So, isn't it a bit odd that dwarves have adopted such a quintessentially Scottish way of speaking within the modern fantasy genre that Tolkien himself did so much to define, and yet in his writings they are so intimately born out of Scandinavian, Norse, and Icelandic traditions. They are bound up in Germanic mythology. Their Kuzdul language is supposedly inspired by Semitic languages such as Hebrew or Aramaic or Arabic, but for some reason, fantasy dwarves have, in so many cases, adopted this strangely stereotypical Scottish persona. I mean, right, I have nothing against Scottish dwarves, it's a little odd to me that there are so many non-Scottish actors who change their accents while playing dwarves despite the absolute absence of anything in Tolkien that would really give them a reason to. Weird. Number 2. Mortals do not live forever in the Undying Lands. This is a sad one. If you weren't aware of this before clicking on this video, this might change how you perceive the ending of The Lord of the Rings. It is very reasonable to assume that when a person sails into the Undying Lands, they won't die. It's in the name, right? But that's not what Tolkien wrote. In fact, what he wrote is the complete opposite. The Undying Lands are so called because they are inhabited by the Undying. Elves and Maiar and Valar, they are what make the land undying, not the other way around. Just as elves cannot choose a mortal life, it is beyond the power of any being in Ardada to change the fate of mortals or the nature of their spirits. And in the Silmarillion, we are actually told that if a mortal were to live in Valinor, in the Undying Lands, what remained of their lifespan would be shortened. A mortal in the Undying Lands would wither and grow weary the sooner, as moths in a light too strong and steadfast. In letter 154, Tolkien told us that Frodo and Bilbo's journey to the uttermost west is strictly only a temporary reward, a healing and a redress of suffering. They cannot abide forever, and though they cannot return to mortal earth, they can and will die. And in an essay called A Man and Mortal Men, Tolkien wrote that in the Undying Lands, a mortal creature would be a fleeting thing, the most swift passing of all beasts, for his whole life would last little more than 1/2 year. And while all other living creatures would seem to him hardly to change, he would rise and pass. So, this of course means that although it is a lovely thing to think about, it is an absolute misconception to imagine Samwise Gamgee being reunited with his beloved Frodo in the Undying Lands. Sam does get to sail there at the end of his life, but that's 61 years after Frodo departed. By the time Sam arrives on the shores of the uttermost west, Frodo would be long gone. Bilbo too. And by the time Gimli gets there with Legolas, Sam would be long dead as well. The Undying Lands are a place of peace and healing, but unless you are already undying by nature, they are a brief rest before the great unknown that is death, passing beyond the circles of the world and returning to Iluvatar, as all mortals must, something that the undying cannot experience themselves. And this may seem really quite depressing, but I don't think it should be. I think it's an excellent example of what Tolkien does best. It's not hopeless, but it is bittersweet. Lord of the Rings is often imagined as being a massive, sprawling epic, and there certainly is massive epicness orbiting all about it, but at its core, I would say that Lord of the Rings is a beautifully tragic tale of death and decline. It just happens to be wearing the disguise of a happy ending. Which finally brings us to number 1. Lord of the Rings is not a fantasy trilogy. I mean, it kind of is the most iconic fantasy trilogy of all time, but I would argue that neither fantasy nor trilogy are really the most accurate words to describe it. I'll start with trilogy. Obviously, in most instances, The Lord of the Rings is published in 3 volumes: Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and Return of the King, so a trilogy. But that's not how it was written. Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings as 6 books, 6 parts of one whole. It was his intention that all 6 of these books would be published together in one great tome, and that would be The Lord of the Rings. But that tome would have been over 1,200 pages long, and in the post-war 1950s Britain, where this was first published, paper and ink and publishing supplies, everything really, was in very short supply. Also, Lord of the Rings was originally commissioned as a sequel to The Hobbit, which has only like 300 pages, and back in 1954, The Hobbit and a few other children's stories were really the only things that Tolkien was commercially known for. So, Tolkien's publishers made the fateful decision to divide his great tome into separate books, but not into 6. Instead, they bundled the 6 books into pairs, and they published each of those pairs as one of 3 volumes. These volumes have become known as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and, well, from a commercial perspective, that was a great idea. Lord of the Rings sold really, really well, but from a creative perspective, Tolkien didn't love it. He each one of his 6 books has its own identity. Tolkien had his own titles for them, and I do agree that it is a bit arbitrary to lump, like, books 3 and 4 together, for example, into one volume and call that The Two Towers, as if books 3 and 4 are somehow particularly similar, whereas books 2 and 5, they belong in separate parts of a trilogy. A trilogy is not what this is. It's not what Tolkien wrote, and dividing the story into 3 after the fact is not what Tolkien intended. Also, Tolkien famously did not like the name Return of the King. It was not chosen by him, and it totally does spoil the ending. So, next time you think about The Lord of the Rings, try to imagine it as that one huge tome split internally into 6 parts. I think it does affect the flow of the story, and that is how Tolkien envisioned it. Which brings us to the fantasy side of things. Is Lord of the Rings really fantasy? Well, that question requires much more than a definite yes or no, and obviously everyone is going to have their own relationship with what the word fantasy means, and they're going to have their own relationship with what they get from Tolkien's writings, so I don't want to imply this is like some hard and fast fact. But in my personal opinion, while fantasy certainly isn't the wrong word, it's a lot less precise than it could be. There are 2 types of fantasy stories. There are fantasy stories that came before Tolkien, and fantasy that came after. Now, it wouldn't quite be accurate to say that the entire genre of fantasy was invented by Tolkien, but if I were to say, close your eyes and picture a quintessential fantasy setting in your mind, I imagine that most of the tropes and ideas and visuals that kind of immediately come to you would come via Tolkien. Before Tolkien, there was, of course, Peter Pan, there was The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, there was Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and quite a few others, but these fantastical stories probably aren't what you were just picturing. Let me know if I'm wrong, but I reckon when I said picture a quintessential fantasy setting, you were imagining something closer to modern fantasy. A vaguely medieval time period, a typically northern European aesthetic, elves and dwarves and men possibly fighting orcs or dragons or dark lords. But that's not really what pre-Tolkien fantasy looked like. There are no tall, wise, and beautiful elves in The Wizard of Oz, for example. Back when that was written, the elves of popular fiction were funny little woodland sprites or friends of Santa Claus. Elves like the ones in Middle-earth were not inspired by pre-Tolkienian fantasy stories. They are drawn straight out of much older mythology. Mythology is the word that best describes The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien was a professor of Anglo-Saxon, not a professor of fantasy literature. You may think I'm splitting hairs here, and to be fair, this is not the biggest deal in the world, but I do want to make this point. Modern fantasy is born out of Tolkien's writings, no doubt about that whatsoever, but Tolkien's writings are not born out of the fantasy stories that came before him. Not really. They are born out of the ancient Germanic mythology that Professor Tolkien dedicated his academic life to studying. Lord of the Rings is invented mythology. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching this video. I hope you learned something new, or if not, at least you enjoyed hearing things that you already knew. And if you did enjoy it, be sure to hit like and leave a comment and hit subscribe if you haven't already to make sure you don't miss any future videos. However, as always, until next time, my dear friends, much love. Stay groovy and Nevayat Melanin. Tolkien's Legendarium who capture the imagination quite like the Istari, the 5 wizards of Middle-earth. Maya, Govan, and Melanine, and welcome to Tolkien Untangled's top 10 list of facts about the Heren Istarion, the Order of Wizards. Number 10. What are wizards? So, to answer this question, we need to go back to the very beginning of all things, to a time before even the creation of the universe. And like every single story in Tolkien's Legendarium, if we go back far enough, we will find that the whole thing begins with Eru Ilúvatar, the One, the creator of all things, who dwells outside of creation in the timeless halls. The first thing that Ilúvatar does in the entire story is create the Ainur, the Holy Ones, the divine spirits that come into being as an offspring of Ilúvatar's thought. The mightiest of all these Ainur is Melkor, the future Dark Lord. The next 14 greatest are known as the Valar, and below them are the unnumbered multitudes of lesser Ainur known as Maya. And Maya are sort of like angels or demigods. Eventually, Ilúvatar brought all these Valar and Maya together, where he taught them the music of creation, and the Ainur sang the Ainulindale, which brought the universe of Ea into existence. Anyway, if we skip forward now, literally tens of thousands of years, we will come to the awakening of the first ever elves. But, unfortunately for everyone, the first being ever to discover the newly awakened elves in Middle-earth was Melkor, the worst guy ever. To make a very long story short, the Valar and their faithful Maya then fought a war against Melkor known as the War for the Sake of the Elves, and in that war, Melkor was defeated and imprisoned. But, turns out, when the Valar and the Maya go to war, they are so powerful that they absolutely devastate the land upon which they fight. After the War for the Sake of the Elves, all of the entire area around Melkor's first evil fortress is laid to waste. For the entire rest of Middle-earth's history, that part of the world is completely ruined. Now, if we skip forward again many more thousands of years, we will come to the War of Wrath, where once again the hosts of the Valar and Maya fight the forces of Melkor, who is now known as Morgoth. And although the Valar and their Maya do win this war, once again the entire part of the world in which they're fighting is destroyed. A vast area of land is drowned by the power of the Valar in this war, and towards the end of the Second Age, so many more thousands of years in the future, the Valar are once again put in a position of making war when the corrupted men of Númenor invade the Undying Lands. This time, the Valar don't fight back, and instead Ilúvatar breaks the world and changes its shape and drowns the entire island of Númenor beneath the waves. So, the first time that the Valar and their Maya involved themselves in a war against the Dark Lord, their victory came at the cost of destroying a vast area of Middle-earth. The second time they get involved, the exact same thing happens again. The third time, they choose not to fight, but Ilúvatar intervenes anyway, and once again, a massive area of land is destroyed. And the reason that all of this is relevant is because by the time that the Third Age rolls around and Sauron begins to rise again, the Valar have kind of learned their lesson. If they wanted to, they definitely could journey to Middle-earth and defeat Sauron with the full force of their divine power, but they'd probably wipe out most of Middle-earth and its free peoples in the process. But if they do nothing, Sauron would eventually dominate all of Middle-earth, and the free peoples would be entirely wiped out or enslaved. Considering that Sauron is a Maya himself, he is kind of the Valar's responsibility, and so Manwë, the king of the Valar, the king of all Arda, he summoned a council of the other most powerful Valar, and together, probably under the guidance of Ilúvatar himself, they came up with a compromise to amend the errors of old, a way to aid the Free Peoples in their resistance against Sauron without unleashing the full extent of their power and, destroying everything. This compromise was the Istari, the Five Wizards. And knowing this backstory is crucial in understanding not only the purpose of the Five Wizards, but also their powers. Or perhaps I should say lack of powers, because the wizards of Tolkien's Legendarium are very different from the sorcerers or magicians or conjurers of cheap tricks that we see in other fantasy stories. The origin of the word wizard is simply a wise person, wise bard, in the same way that a drunkard is a drunk person. And wisdom is the power that the wizards bear. They are not warriors, they are not kings, they are not sorcerers, they are guides, they are helpers, they are teachers whose duty is to aid the Free Peoples and instruct them in their wars against Sauron. But they are not to challenge Sauron themselves. And the humility of the Istari's purpose is reflected in the physical and spiritual limits that are placed upon them by the Valar who sent them. You see, before they arrived in Middle-earth, the Five Wizards were 5 Maiar. They were 5 of those that were created by Ilúvatar himself way back in the Timeless Halls. They were 5 of the beings who sang the universe into existence. They were probably among the Maiar who fought in the war for the sake of the elves and the War of Wrath. But when they come to Middle-earth, they are Maiar no longer. Well, I guess actually that's probably more of a philosophical question than it is a question of law, but I would argue that when the Five Wizards arrive in Middle-earth, Maiar is no longer the right word to describe them. All 5 are bound permanently in bodies as of men, subject to the fears and pains and weariness of earth, able to hunger and thirst and be slain. Their powers are massively limited, and we're told that upon arriving in Middle-earth, the wizards had need to learn much anew by slow experience, and their memories of life before Middle-earth felt only like a vision from afar. So, the 5 wizards are bound in a massively limited non-Maiar body. Their Maiar powers are massively limited too, and their Maiar memories are massively limited. Sauron is a Maiar. The Balrog is a Maiar. But Gandalf, no, not anymore. Gandalf and the other 4 are all Istari. And Istari is a Quenya word meaning those who know. Number 9. The origins of the 5. So I've just talked about what the wizards are and why they came to Middle-earth. Now let's focus on who they are and how they got there. As I just mentioned, it was Manwë who summoned the Valar to a council in Valinor, in which the decision was made to aid the enemies of Sauron by sending Maiar emissaries to wield wisdom instead of might and help the Free Peoples clothed in their forms. But, interestingly, in the beginning, the number of Maiar emissaries was intended to be 3, and each one of them was chosen by one of the Valar whom they served. It's not uncommon for Maiar to serve a particular like-minded Valar. For example, Ossé, the Maiar of storms and coastal waters, served Ulmo, the Valar of all waters. But I think there's a lot to be said about all 3 of the Maiar by looking at the Valar who chose them for their task. The first Maiar to be chosen was a pupil of Aulés, the Valar of crafting, and this Maiar's name was Curumo. Now, what's interesting here is that alongside Curumo, we are told of only one other pupil of Aulés, and he was also a Maiar of creation known back in the day as Mairon, the Advocate. However, Mairon was eventually corrupted by Melkor, and for the rest of all time, he became known as Sauron. And the reason that this is significant is because when Curumo journeys to Middle-earth and becomes the first of the Istari to arrive, he becomes known to the elves as Curunir, which means man of skill or man of cunning devices. And a Mannish translation of the elvish name Curunir is Saruman. So isn't that kind of crazy? Aule, the craftsman of the Valar, was a teacher to two Maiar, and those two Maiar went on to become Sauron and Saruman. Aule has a terrible taste in Maiar. Actually, I think the point that Tolkien was probably trying to go for has more to do with the idea that there's something inherently corruptive about being a craftsman, and how creation and destruction are one and the same, and how knowledge of industry can be dangerous, etc. Anyway, the second Maiar to be chosen at this council is a guy called Alatar. And Alatar was a pupil of Oromades, the hunter of the Valar. But the truth is, we know next to nothing about Alatar or who he turned into, except that he was destined to be the first of the incredibly mysterious Blue Wizards, who journey off into the south and the east and never again show up in any of the histories of the West. Now, I'll talk a lot more about the
Thanks, Grace. I appreciate that. It's coming along nicer now. Now that all the color values are into it.
Is not insignificant. Orome was the Valar who journeyed the most in Middle-earth. While most of the rest of the Valar were hanging out in the uttermost west, Orome would ride through the empty lands of Middle-earth, hunting the monsters of Melkors. And it was during one of his great rides that Orome chanced upon the first group of elves, right in the far east. So I think it's very cool that Alatar, the
We're coming up for
Wizard
4 hours straight on this.
under Orome, may also be a great traveler.
Going from a blank canvas to this in 4 hours, I'm pretty happy with that.
Befriended men and elves
Not quite done yet.
journeys. Also, in later writings, we learn that Alatar's name, when he arrived in Middle-earth, was probably Morinatar, which means Darkness Slayer. And so this only reinforces the idea that Alatar the Blue was a hunting wizard who journeyed south and east to slay the creatures of darkness. Now, the final one of these original three Maiar was chosen by Manwë himself, but we are told that he was a pupil of Manwë's wife, Varda, or Elbereth Githorniel, as the elves call her, the Queen of Light. And he was also a counselor of Irimo, that's the Valar of sleep and dreams and visions. And perhaps most importantly, he was also a pupil of Niennes, the Lady of Grief and Sorrow and Kindness and Pity. And pity is crucial in understanding why this Maiar was chosen. So his name is Olorine, but when Manwë chose him, he did not step forward with the other two. For we are told that unlike Kurumo and Alatar, Olorine feared Sauron, and he declared to Manwë that he was too weak for such a task. However, Manwë decided that this was all the more reason why he should go, and he perceived that this Maiar had the perfect degree of humility and wisdom to fulfill the appointed task. And as I'm sure you've all deduced, this Maiar became known as Gandalf. But you may very well be wondering, what about Radagast and the fifth wizard? Well, after Kurumo, Alatar, and Olorine were chosen by their respective Valar, two more names were put forward to bump the number up to 5. First was a Maiar called Iwendil, which means lover of birds, and he would go on to be known in Middle-earth as Radagast the Brown. Now, honestly, when I was making this list, I originally had a whole entry all about Radagast, but the more I talked about him, the more I wanted to keep talking about him, and in the end, that Radagast segment ended up being far too long to include in a video that's already pretty long. So, what I'll do is save Radagast for now, and then next week I will release a whole video focusing exclusively on him. Anyway, the final wizard to talk about is the other blue wizard, wizard number 5. He accompanied Alatar as a friend, and his name was Parlando. Now, Parlando is every bit as mysterious as Alatar, but we are told that Tolkien had 3 different Valar in mind while figuring out which one Parlando was most associated with. His final choice was that Parlando was a pupil of Oromes, just like Alatar was. But among the names that Tolkien crossed out are Nienna and Mandos. the Lady of Pity, and the Lord of Fate and Doom and Judgment, the Keeper of the Dead. And Mandos, along with his brother Iramo, the Dream Guy, they are known as the Feanturi, the Masters of Spirits, and Nienna is their sister. So, although it shouldn't really be considered canon, it is cool to consider that in his earliest stages, Tolkien may have intended for Palando to be a wizard with much more of an emphasis on spirit rather than the physical world. Number 8. The Blue Wizards and Glorfindel. In his 1954 essay on the Istari, which is published in the Unfinished Tales, Tolkien explicitly wrote that the Istari belonged solely to the Third Age, and all 5 of them arrived around the 1000th year of that age, so they're only about 2018 years old during the events of The Lord of the Rings. That's younger than Arwen, and she is the youngest named elf in that story. However, in a collection of notes that were written decades later, in the final year of Tolkien's life, we are told that this may no longer be the case. According to those last writings, the 2 Blue Wizards arrived thousands and thousands and thousands of years before the other 3, and when they arrived, they came in the company of the fan-favourite elf, Glorfindel. So, 4,859 years before The Lord of the Rings, back when the Second Age was just kind of getting going, Sauron completed his Tower of Barad-dûr, and he forged the One Ring. And according to Tolkien's last writings, this was the year in which the Blue Wizards first arrived in Middle-earth. They became known to the Sindarin-speaking elves as the Ithrin Luin, which literally just means the Blue Wizards. But they didn't actually spend very much time with the elves at all. They journeyed off into the east and the south, and after they did, they were never seen or heard from again by any of the peoples west of Mordor. However, I find these later writings so interesting because they fundamentally change the way that I imagine the Wizards of Middle-earth. Instead of being an order of 5, it seems Tolkien later intended for there to be 2 separate eras of wizards, the Age of the 2 and the Age of the 3. The 2 Blue Wizards came to aid the Free Peoples in the Second Age, and so I guess they were kind of like proto-Istari. They were the original wizards who laid the groundwork for the later 3. They are a kind of an older branch of wizards who came much, much earlier than the famous wizards that we're all familiar with from The Lord of the Rings. And I find it especially interesting that these Blue Wizards are so intimately associated with Glorfindel. Back in the First Age, Glorfindel was a great elf of Gondolin, and he played a very important role in the story of that hidden elven city. But before the First Age ended, Glorfindel was killed. He fell in battle with a Balrog. His body was rescued by an eagle and then buried beneath a cairn of stones. However, in the Second Age, Glorfindel was sent back to Middle-earth, and when he returned from death, he returned with far more power than he ever had during his first life. Just like all elves who died in Middle-earth, Glorfindel's spirit was held and judged in the halls of Mandos in the uttermost west, but before too long he was rehoused into a new body. And this isn't that special, to be honest. Lots of the most heroic elves of the First Age were eventually released to live again in Valinor, but Glorfindel is an exceptional case. We are told that during his second life in Valinor, Glorfindel was considered a peer of the Maya, despite only being an elf, and he eventually became a follower of the Maya spirit, Olorine, the guy who would one day become Gandalf. And this comparison with Gandalf is, I think, a hugely significant detail in understanding Glorfindel after his death. Because, as I say, during the Second Age, Glorfindel was sent back to Middle-earth with the 2 Blue Wizards, And when he returned, he wielded far more power than he had ever had before. Just like the wizards, Glorfindel came to Middle-earth with a hint of Maya powers. We are told that to the Maya, Glorfindel had now become almost an equal, for his spiritual power had been greatly enhanced by his self-sacrifice. And this makes Glorfindel absolutely unique among elves. There are only 2 elves in the entire Legendarium who die in Middle-earth and then return to Middle-earth for a second life there, but the other one, Luthien, is very different from Glorfindel. In Luthien's original life, she was a super powerful elven being with additional power inherited from her Maya mother. But in her second life, Luthien was a mortal, stripped of the power that she once wielded. Glorfindel, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. He wielded more power in his second life, and there is only one other character in the entire Legendarium with that sort of claim to fame, Gandalf the White. I find it fascinating that Glorfindel fell fighting a Balrog, and although he eventually killed the Balrog, he died in the process. His body was then rescued by an eagle, and he later returned to Middle-earth with a power upgrade alongside 2 wizards. That is eerily similar to what happens to Gandalf. In Gandalf's case, he came with the 2 wizards before he died, and his body was rescued by an eagle after he returned to life. But other than that, Gandalf is basically Glorfindel 2.0. Or perhaps Glorfindel is like a proto-Gandalf the White. It's very easy to gloss over, but in many ways, I think Glorfindel of the second and third ages might have more in common with the Istari than he does with the other elves. He's wise just like the wizards. He's almost an equal to the Maya, just like the wizards. And he comes to Middle-earth with a purpose, just like the wizards. Number 7. Gandalf and Círdan. So, while we're on the topic of super elves who rubbed shoulders with wizards, let's talk about Círdan the Shipwright, the first being in Middle-earth ever to encounter a wizard. When Saruman, Radagast, and Gandalf first arrived in Middle-earth, they were borne over the sea on a ship sent from the uttermost west. And this ship landed at the Grey Havens, the elven port that is governed by Círdan. And along with Elrond and Galadriel, Círdan was the only being in Middle-earth who truly knew what the wizards were and where they'd come from. The first wizard to arrive had a fair voice, raven hair, a proud bearing, and he wore robes of white. Círdan welcomed him, and that wizard went on to be known as Saruman. Then came Radagast, and potentially the blue wizards, depending on which version you go with, and lastly came the grey wizard, who seemed the least, less tall than the others and in looks more aged, leaning on a staff. But because Círdan is the most awesome dude ever, and he's among the wisest and most foresighted elves ever to live, and also he is the oldest, Círdan divines that this 5th wizard, the most humble of them all, actually has the greatest spirit. Círdan welcomes Gandalf with reverence, and he even removes the elven ring from his finger and gives it freely to the Grey Wizard. And that's why Gandalf ends up bearing Narya, the Ring of Fire, throughout the rest of the Third Age. It was a gift from Círdan, who perceived that Gandalf would both need it, but he was also worthy to bear it. Which is a particularly fascinating detail when we consider that Gandalf was the final wizard to arrive. First, Círdan met Saruman, and then didn't give him his Ring of Power. Then he met Radagast and the Blue Wizards, and he didn't give them his ring. But then he met Gandalf, and immediately he did. I think that giving a Ring of Power to Gandalf is one of the most important things that Círdan does in the Third Age, and I think that being given a ring by Círdan is one of the most important things that happens to Gandalf. Of all the wizards, Gandalf is the one who is instantly perceived to be the wisest and the most trustworthy by the wisest and most trustworthy elf in Middle-earth. Gandalf starts off with such a glowing recommendation. But there is a bit of a sting in this part of the story, because we're told that after Gandalf acquired his Ring of Power, Saruman became aware of Círdan's gift, and he begrudged it. He resented that Gandalf had been chosen over him, and Tolkien tells us this was the beginning of the hidden ill will that he bore to the Grey. And this segues us perfectly to number 6, the dark side of Saruman. So Saruman is a character that I find as fascinating as he is deplorable. We all know that during the events of The Lord of the Rings, he turns hardcore down the road into villainy, and over the course of that story, he goes from the chief of the Istari to a hateful beggar, a spiteful polluter of the Shire. But by taking a look at who Saruman was before The Lord of the Rings, we get some great little clues about what makes this character tick. Because I've heard it said that Saruman was once a great and noble wizard, but towards the end of his time in Middle-earth, he was corrupted by Sauron's presence in the Palantir, and he turned from like a noble good guy into a tragic villain. But honestly, I don't think that's the case. I think there was something very dodgy about Saruman pretty much from day one. I've already explained how Círdan chose not to give Saruman his Ring of Power, but it seems that even in the beginning, Saruman is obsessed with rings. We're told that the law of the Elven Rings is his province. He has long studied it, seeking the lost secrets of their making. And don't forget, back when Saruman was the Maiar Kuramo, he studied crafting under the same Valar that Sauron once studied under. And the first thing that we're told Saruman did in Middle-earth was to follow the lead of the Blue Wizards and journey off into the east, where no tales tell of what he did there. Although, what we do know is that he spent an incredibly long time in the east. By the time of The Lord of the Rings, Saruman was about 2019 years old, but he'd only been living in Isengard and interacting with the men of Gondor and Rohan for about 550 years. So, for almost 75% of his entire time in Middle-earth, Saruman was way in the east, doing his own thing that we know next to nothing about. Except that in the foreword of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien wrote that Saruman at some point journeyed into Mordor, and there he found the missing links in his own research into ring lore. When we are introduced to Saruman in The Lord of the Rings, he is bearing a ring of his own. So, way before Saruman came to Orthanc and inherited a Palantir, he was already very familiar with both Mordor and Sauron's art of ring forging. I would speculate that Saruman's intentions of claiming the One Ring and using it to become the new Master of Middle-earth began a lot earlier than he let on. And my suspicions of Saruman are supported by the fact that after The Lord of the Rings, once Aragorn was king, he and Gimli come to the now abandoned Tower of Orthanc, and there Gimli uses his dwarven insight to discover a hidden room where Saruman kept a number of ill-gotten treasures. In that room, Aragorn and Gimli find an ancient crown of the Dunedain called the Elendilmere, and a silver chain locked away in a casket. Now, what's super interesting about this is that the last time the Elendilmere showed up in Middle-earth's history was 3,000 years before The Lord of the Rings, when it was worn by Isildur in the battle in which he was slain, and the One Ring was lost in the Anduin River. And of course, before Isildur put the One Ring onto his finger, he kept it on a silver chain. So this discovery is startling. We are told that these things could not have been found unless they had been upon Isildur's body when he sank. Why then, though an age had passed, were there no traces of his bones? Had Saruman found them and burned them with dishonor in one of his furnaces? If that were so, it was a shameful deed, but not his worst. And I find this passage to be such an insight into Saruman's character, because it implies that he has been searching for the One Ring for a very long time. And although his descent into villainy isn't, revealed until The Lord of the Rings, I feel that Saruman has been a bad guy for much longer than that. He may have feigned friendship with the White Council, but in secret he has been working towards the achievement of his own ends from the moment he returned from the East, if not before. However, it is very important to point out that although Saruman is a major villain of The Lord of the Rings, in Tolkien's books he is not a puppet of Sauron's. He is an entirely separate third party. He is an enemy to both the Free Peoples and the Dark Lord. In The Hunt for the Ring, we are given a great little story about Saruman's double treachery right at the beginning of the story. And I should note that there are a few different versions of this story, but one of them goes like this. So just before Frodo set out from Bag End with the ring on his quest to Mordor, the Black Riders hunted all across Middle-earth for the Shire and the Baggins that they were seeking. And in every version of this story, they come to Isengard to interrogate Saruman. But Saruman lies to the Nazgul. He denies any knowledge of the Shire or its whereabouts. But then the Nazgul encounter Grima Wormtongue on the road, or in some versions it's a half-orc from Dunland. But either way, this servant of Saruman's is then also interrogated by the Nazgul, but he is so intimidated by them that he reveals the truth that Saruman's been trading in pipeweed from the Shire for years, and so Saruman's treachery is revealed to the servants of Sauron. And all of this is happening at the same time that Gandalf is imprisoned in Orthanc. In one version of the story, when Saruman becomes aware that the Nazgul are now aware that he lied to them, Saruman, in fear and despair and perceiving the full horror of service to Mordor, resolved suddenly to yield to Gandalf and to beg for his pardon and help. Then Saruman hastened to the summit of Orthanc and found Gandalf gone. Away south against the setting moon, he saw a great eagle flying towards Edoras. So, isn't that awesome? In Tolkien's Unfinished Tales, he tells us that right at the beginning of The Lord of the Rings, Saruman considered repenting to Gandalf and trying to make peace with him. But he was too late. His intention had always been to deceive both the Free Peoples and the servants of Sauron into believing that he was loyal to them alone, that in reality he just ended up revealing himself to be a traitor to both the good guys and the bad guys. With Gandalf gone and all hope of redemption flown away with him, Saruman has no choice but to do everything in his power to ensure that he gets the One Ring first. It is the only way to avoid the consequences of his double betrayal. Number 5. The Wizard of Fangorn Forest. So, during the Riders of Rohan chapter in the Two Towers, after Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli have met Eomer and found the burned carcasses of the Uruk-hai that they've been hunting, they rest near the eaves of Fangorn Forest. And there, during the night, they see an old bent man, leaning on a staff and wrapped in a great cloak. His wide-brimmed hat was pulled down over his eyes. Aragorn approaches the man and speaks to him kindly and invites him to share their fire, but then the old man disappears into the forest, and the chapter ends on a note of mystery regarding exactly who this old man was. But considering that the very next chapter in which we see Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli is the White Rider chapter, where they encounter Gandalf the White inside the Forest of Fangorn, it would seem a very fair assumption that this cloaked old man with a wide-brimmed hat and holding a staff is in fact Gandalf, and he's kind of watching his friends before officially revealing himself to them in their next chapter. However, this assumption is later refuted by Gandalf himself. After the three hunters are reunited with Gandalf, Gimli explicitly asks if the old man they saw last night was him, and Gandalf replies, "You certainly did not see me. Therefore, I guess that you saw Saruman. Evidently, we look so much alike that your desire to make an incurable dent in my hat must be excused." So, was it Saruman that the three hunters saw? Was he spying on them? Well, there's plenty more evidence in the text to suggest that the answer is yes. Eomer tells us that Saruman walks here and there, they say, as an old man, hooded and cloaked. And Gandalf later tells us that Saruman was so eager to lay his hands on his prey that he could not wait at home, and he came forth to meet and to spy on his messengers. But although this may seem fairly conclusive, there is still a little bit more to this mystery than a definite yes or no. Aragorn himself mentions the strange fact that the figure they saw was wearing a hat instead of a hood, and although this is fairly circumstantial evidence, Saruman is never ever described as wearing a hat, whereas Gandalf makes reference to his own hat in the very conversation where Gimli asks who it was that they saw. And the Saruman theory is made even more questionable if we look at a map and explore where exactly all of this is taking place. Tolkien tells us that the Uruk-hai carried Merry and Pippin from Amon Hen, where they killed Boromir, all the way to the point where the Entwash River exited Fangorn Forest, and then they were slaughtered just short of this forest, somewhere around here. And Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli made the same journey, sprinting on foot and arriving on the eaves of Fangorn to see this mysterious old man 4 days after leaving Amon Hen. So it took 4 days to travel this distance, except that Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are moving incredibly quickly. Their chase is counted a marvel among the three kindreds of elves, dwarves, and men, and when Eomer hears about their remarkable swiftness, he names Aragorn Wingfoot. So I feel like it would definitely take a regular person a lot longer than 4 days to make this same journey, and yet the distance between Amon Hen and the eaves of Fangorn isn't a huge amount further than the distance between the eaves of Fangorn and Isengard. These places are not close to each other, and we know that the three hunters encountered this mysterious old man on the night of February the 30th, the night before Aragorn's 88th birthday. And yes, in Tolkien's calendar, every month has 30 days, even February. But Isengard is attacked by the Ents only 2 nights later, and we know that Saruman was present in Isengard when the Ents attacked. So how could Saruman, who is limited in the body of an old man subject to the pains and weariness of Earth, be able to travel from Fangorn to Isengard in under 2 days? We know he has no powers of super speed, as he is within a step or two of being caught and strangled when Isengard falls, and so I just don't think it's particularly plausible that Saruman could, or even would, make this journey so speedily. However, there is another theory that's put forward by Gimli, and this does make a lot of sense, and it opens up some very cool avenues of speculation regarding Saruman's magical abilities. Gimli says, "It was an evil phantom of Saruman that we saw last night, I'm sure of it." Now, this is Gimli theorizing, it's not Tolkien stating fact, but Gimli goes on to point out that the old man they saw left no boot prints on the ground, so maybe it was a phantom. Although Saruman's phantoms are never mentioned again, and so if this is what the hunter saw, then it's a very mysterious part of Saruman's powers. However, there is, of course, one other possibility for the identity of this old man. Perhaps he was neither Saruman nor Gandalf. There is a third wizard to feature in The Lord of the Rings, and we know that he does like hanging out in forests. So, is it possible that the three hunters caught a glimpse of Radagast? Well, there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that it was him, and I don't believe that Tolkien actually intended for this old man to be Radagast, but Radagast's actions and movements in the later War of the Ring are completely unknown, so there is no way to confirm that it wasn't him. Anyway, just before I move on from the Old Man of Fangorn, I will point out that Christopher Tolkien himself also speculated on who his father might have intended for this mysterious character to be. He provides no answers, but he suggests that perhaps the figure was either a wraith or vision of Saruman's. But he also speculates that maybe the vision of Saruman's was perhaps unwittingly created by Gandalf, who we are told was spending his time looking into Saruman's unhappy mind and seeing his doubt and fear. Perhaps, whilst concentrating on Saruman's thoughts, Gandalf somehow projected an image of him for Aragorn and the others to see. But the truth is, Christopher ended his speculations with this: I have found no other evidence to cast light on this most curious element in the tale. Number 4. The Blue Wizards were traitors. So, although we know very little about the Blue Wizards, in his 1954 essay on the Istari, Professor Tolkien hinted that just like Saruman, the Blue Wizards may very well have turned to the dark side. He tells us that the Blue Wizards passed into the East with Saruman, but unlike him, they never returned. And we're given 3 possibilities of what they did there. 1, perhaps they pursued the purposes for which they were sent. 2, perhaps they perished. Or 3, perhaps, as some hold, they were ensnared by Sauron and became his servants, forgetting the good in search for power to effect it. And this is a very cool but kind of dark topic to speculate on. If the Blue Wizards fell into corruption and became servants of Sauron's, then the quality of life for men in the East must have been abysmal. Imagine living in a land that's dominated by Sauron and ruled by 2 evil wizards who serve him. At least Saruman had the decency to betray everyone instead of just serving the Dark Lord. But anyway, 4 years after Tolkien wrote this, he wrote a letter in which he expanded a little bit more on the potential dark side of the Blue Wizards. He wrote, I really do not know anything clearly about the other 2. I think they went as emissaries to distant regions, missionaries to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did. And I expect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. And this strikes me as even worse. Were there dark magical cults in the East that were instigated and overseen by the corrupted Blue Wizards even after Sauron's defeat? It makes me think a little bit of the hobbits in The Lord of the Rings, who left their home to bring about the downfall of Sauron, but even after his fall, they then had to return home to deal with Saruman. Maybe there were a group of men in the East who went off on some unknown task that contributed to Sauron's defeat, but after the destruction of his ring, they also had to return to their homes to rid it of the secret cults founded by the treacherous Blue Wizards. However, maybe not. Number 3. The Blue Wizards were heroes. So, even though I know I just said that in his 1954 writings, Tolkien stated the Blue Wizards failed in their mission and succumbed to the corruption of Sauron, in the last year of his life, Tolkien changed his mind, and he gave the Blue Wizards a much more optimistic role in the story. In these last writings, Tolkien gave the Blue Wizards new names and a new fate. Instead of Alatar and Palando, they were known in Middle-earth as Morinatar, which means Darkness Slayer, and Romas Tamo, which means Helper of the East. And in these final writings, the Blue Wizards not only stay true to their task and arrive in Middle-earth much earlier than the other 3 wizards, but they also contribute a huge amount of good to Middle-earth, and they play a key behind-the-scenes role in preventing Sauron's ultimate victory. We are told that their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship, to stir up rebellion, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. Not unlike Gandalf did in the Northwest, it seems that Morinatar and Romestamo spread wisdom and counsel among the peoples of the East, uniting the men who resisted Sauron and aiding them in their rebellions against the Dark Lord, exactly as they were supposed to. And Tolkien tells us that it worked. Morinatar and Romestamo must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of the East, who would, both in the Second Age and Third Age, otherwise have outnumbered the West. So think about that for a moment. There are so many wars between Sauron and the Free Peoples over the span of the Second and Third Ages, and in pretty much all of them he recruits men from the East and the South into his armies, but not once are they mighty enough to completely overwhelm all of Middle-earth. They come very, very close multiple times, but they never succeed. Perhaps that is because of Morinatar and Romestamo throwing a spanner in the works of all of Sauron's plans in the East. If not for the Blue Wizards, perhaps the last alliance would have failed at the end of the Second Age, or perhaps one of Gondor's many, many, many wars with the Easterlings would have ultimately destroyed the Dunedain kingdom, if not for the efforts of our lesser-known wizards, working quietly in the background. Number 2. The Wizards and the White Council. So, just like many on this list, the White Council is a very mysterious part of Middle-earth's Third Age lore, and is almost certainly inspired by a similar White Council that existed in the pre-Wizard Second Age, and was presided over by High King Gil-galad. However, throughout the entire Third Age, there are only 4 known meetings of the White Council, and we are never given an explicit rundown of, who its members are, although we can say with certainty that they include Galadriel, Elrond, Círdan the Shipwright, Saruman, and Gandalf. We can also speculate that probably Celeborn was also a member, and maybe Radagast or Glorfindel too, but Tolkien never explicitly says so. Anyway, the 2 members who are most important to the story of the White Council are the 2 wizards, Gandalf and Saruman. Just under 1,000 years before The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf ventured into Dol Guldur, seeking to uncover the mystery of the necromancer who dwelt there. And when Gandalf came, Sauron fled. The time was not yet right for Sauron to reveal himself to his enemies, and this journey into Dol Guldur began the period that became known as the Watchful Peace. For 400 years, Sauron laid low in the east, and Middle-earth had a relative reprieve from violence. But then Sauron returned to Dol Guldur, and everything changed. 3 years after the Watchful Peace ended, Lady Galadriel summoned the first meeting of the White Council in the Third Age. And at this council, the Lords of the Eldar agreed that Gandalf should be made the leader of their council. But Gandalf refused. He preferred his independence, and unlike both Saruman and Radagast, Gandalf has no permanent abode. He doesn't, live anywhere, he just sort of wanders the world. And so Gandalf decides that he is not the best guy for this job, and does the world. And so Gandalf decides that he is not the best guy for this job, and Saruman is chosen instead. But Tolkien tells us that Saruman resented Gandalf for being the first choice, and this becomes just one more grudge that Saruman holds against him. Anyway, nearly 400 years later, the White Council meets again in Rivendell, and this is the first time that they properly go out and do White Council to launch an attack on Dol Guldur, which he is certain Sauron has now returned to. And he's right, but Saruman overrules him. Saruman has already begun to desire the One Ring for himself, and so he convinces the council that there's no sense in attacking Sauron, as his ring has now surely been washed all the way down the Anduin and far out to sea. Now, I don't think Saruman actually believed this. We know he'd been scouring the Anduin for years, but he convinced the council not to move against Sauron in a bid to buy himself more time to let the ring reveal itself, which he didn't think would happen if Sauron was threatened. However, again, very interestingly, this second meeting of the White Council is the only one where Gandalf has nothing to say. While Saruman is busy deceiving the others, Gandalf sits alone in silence and he smokes his pipe weed. And there is a very cool detail here, because as Saruman is making his point about the ring, Gandalf blows rings of smoke into the air, and when he tries to close his hand around one of the rings, it vanishes. A possible indication that Gandalf perceives Saruman's desire to claim the One Ring. Anyway, it is another 90 years before the White Council meets again, and during this meeting, Saruman finally relents, and they all finally attack Dol Guldur, just as Gandalf suggested centuries ago. And this takes place in the same year as the events of The Hobbit. This is what Gandalf is off doing throughout a great deal of Bilbo's adventure. But Tolkien tells us very, very little about the actual details of this attack. All we know is that the White Council went, and due to the devices of Saruman, Sauron was expelled from Dol Guldur. He declared himself openly, and he returned to Mordor, where he would remain until the destruction of the One Ring 78 years later. And after this, we are only told of the White Council meeting on one other occasion, which was 12 years after their attack on Dol Guldur. Again, during this meeting, we are not told much, except that after it, Saruman returned to Isengard, and he began to isolate himself from the rest of the council. From this point on, Saruman was pretty exclusively working for himself and endeavoring to find the One Ring and to claim it for his own, before either Sauron or the White Council could get their hands on it. But little did Saruman know, the One Ring had already been found, and thanks to Gandalf, it was sitting safely and secretly in the Shire, within the possession of Bilbo Baggins. Number 1. Gandalf for the win. Now, I talked a lot about Gandalf's contributions to the Third Age in one of my earliest lore videos that I ever made on this channel, but what I will say right now is that pretty much every major event in the War of the Ring is in some way influenced by Gandalf. Either directly or indirectly, Gandalf is behind more or less everything. Obviously, we all know that it was Gandalf who set Bilbo off on the adventure in which the One Ring was found, and it was Gandalf who sent Frodo off on the quest to destroy it. But it was also Gandalf who insisted that Sam accompany him, and it was Gandalf who instructed Aragorn to keep his eyes open for a group of hobbits coming to Bree. And Gandalf also has some much more indirect contributions to the forming of the Fellowship. The only reason that Legolas is in Rivendell during the Council of Elrond is because he journeyed there to tell the wise that Gollum had escaped the Wood Elves' captivity in Mirkwood. And the only reason Gollum was in Mirkwood in the first place is down to Gandalf. Similarly, the reason that Gimli is present for the Council of Elrond is because he accompanied his father Glóin to tell the wise that a messenger from Mordor had come to Erebor looking for information about a hobbit called Baggins, but the only reason Glóin ever met a hobbit called Baggins is because of Gandalf. Gandalf is the reason that Thorin and his company of dwarves go on their quest to reclaim Erebor. He gives Thorin the map and the key, and he convinces Thorin that they need Bilbo Baggins as their burglar. Gandalf saves the dwarves from the trolls, he saves them from the orcs of Goblin Town, and although it is the eagles who save the dwarves from the wolves of Rovanion, The reason that the Great Eagle is able to do this is because Gandalf befriended him after saving his life from a poisoned arrow years earlier. Within the same month, Gandalf's actions result in the expulsion of Sauron from Dol Guldur and the death of Smaug up in the north. After the events of The Hobbit, Gandalf befriended Aragorn, the heir of Isildur, and it was due to Gandalf's influence that Aragorn began to take an interest in the Shire. Not long after that, Gandalf journeyed to Minas Tirith, where he became a mentor and a friend and a great teacher to the steward's youngest son, Faramir. He taught Faramir wisdom that would go on to be used when Faramir decided to let Frodo and the ring go instead of taking it to his father. It was Gandalf who figured out the entire series of events that took the ring from Isildur's possession at the end of the Second Age all the way to Bilbo's at the end of the Third Age.
Hello. I'm alright, how are you? Yeah, day off today. I'm just doing a wee bit of drawing. Oh, brilliant! That does sound fun.
It was fun, yeah. So just a quiet weekend, really. I think for us.
Yeah.
Do that tag work with Brother's Business.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what else we're doing on Saturday and Sunday yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, just a catch up. We didn't get
and Gandalf who interrogated Gollum in Mirkwood. This revelation is what prompted Gandalf to send Frodo off on his quest. During that quest, Gandalf fought off the Nazgul on Weathertop 3 nights before Frodo was stabbed there. And along with Elrond, Gandalf summons the flood at the fords of Bruinen, and it's him who causes the waters to take the shape of white horses. After his fall in Moria, Gandalf spent 10 days battling the Balrog, and after his return as Gandalf the White, he helped Frodo from afar when Frodo put on the ring at Amon Hen. He healed Theoden and saved Rohan from the treachery of Isengard. He then prevented the Witch King from passing the gate of Minas Tirith, and after the Battle of Pelennor Fields, Gandalf was the one who led the last debate and came up with the idea to march on the Black Gate and to draw Sauron's armies away from Frodo. The more we delve into the specifics of the War of the Ring and the decades that preceded it, the more we see that Gandalf was pulling the strings behind pretty much everything. There are tons of heroes who contribute to Sauron's eventual downfall, but more or less all of them have Gandalf in their backstories, just as was instructed by Manwë 2,000 years earlier. Gandalf guided the free peoples, and by having his finger in every single pie, he basically pulled off the ultimate win. So, there's my list of 10 facts about the Istari. Make sure you check back next week for my video all about Radagast the Brown, and of course, don't forget to hit subscribe to make sure you don't miss any future lore videos or any of my Silmarillion Explained series. And click like and leave a comment and share this video with your friends if you want to. But as always, until next time, my dear friends, much love. Stay groovy and Navia Melanine.
If ghosts don't exist, why do people see them?
One ring to rule them all. One ring to bind them. Maya Gavan and Melanine and Menix Wilaid. My name's Rainbow Dave and welcome to another Tolkien Untangled lore video. Today I will be talking all about the One Ring, and I will try to discern exactly how this ring works and how it binds all other rings of power in Dominion. And this can be quite a confusing topic because, of course, the One Ring was the last ring of power to be forged. The 3 and the 7 and the 9 all existed before the One, and so it may seem strange that they are all so completely bound to it, to such an extent that they all fade and lose their power after the One is destroyed. And yet that is what Tolkien wrote. And so, to understand this, we need to go back to a time before the Rings of Power, when a mysterious being called Arnatar came bearing gifts to the elven lord of Eregion, Celebrimbor. Now, Celebrimbor was the founder of the Brotherhood of Jewelsmiths, who became known as the Gwaith'i Myrdain. They are among the finest craftsmen in all of Middle-earth. And Arnatar was the Lord of Gifts. He gave a gift to Celebrimbor, and that gift is crucial in understanding what the One Ring is and how it works. Because, of course, Arnatar was not who he claimed to be. He was indeed a Maya spirit, and he did indeed once study his craft at the feet of Aule himself, who's kind of like the god of crafting. But he did not come as a friend. The Lord of Gifts was in fact just a fair alias taken by Sauron. It was step 1 in his plan to dominate all of Middle-earth and to craft it into an ordered world that he considered perfect. But the gift that Sauron gave was not a ring. The rings had yet to be forged, all of them. What Sauron gave to Celebrimbor and the Gwaith'i Myrdain was a gift of knowledge. He taught them the art of ring lore. Now, ring lore...
Hello, thank you. This is a commission for one of our Patreons, because this comes under their perk.
And I think ring lore is a very important concept to get our heads around. It is the method, or magic, or technology, or whatever word you want to use, that allows a craftsman to create a ring of power, as opposed to just a magical ring. And ring lore comes from Sauron. It is his gift. It is a part of his creation, which means a ring of power cannot be forged without some of Sauron's influence going into it. And it may seem a bit of a strange idea that a craftsman's influence is somehow literally transferred into their works, but this is a significant part of how the most powerful items in Middle-earth are crafted. The greatest craftsmen, the ones who craft the greatest objects, do so by investing some part of their own spirit into their work. That is why the high elven blades of Gondolin glow blue in the presence of orcs. the crafters of those swords imbued their weapons with a part of their own cold hatred for orcs, and that is reflected in the properties of their blades. And the Rings of Power are another excellent example of this. They were made using Sauron's ring lore, and so a part of Sauron is invested in all of them, but not all to the same extent. So I've already talked all about the other Rings of Power, and especially the 3 Elven Rings in this video, so check that out to learn more. But what I'll say right now is that the 16 rings, the ones that will go on to be divided among the 9 and the 7, they were forged by Celebrimbor and Sauron together. However, the 3 Elven Rings, they were forged by Celebrimbor alone. And so Sauron was not present to imbue them with his evil. The Elven 3 remain untouched by Sauron, but not entirely free of him. They were made by Celebrimbor, but using Sauron's ring lore. Their power can only exist as long as Sauron exists. Now, after the 16 and the 3 are fully forged, Sauron returns to Mordor, and at the fiery forges of the Samath Naur, right inside the cracks of doom, Sauron forged the One Ring. And this ring is the complete opposite of the Elven 3. This ring was made by Sauron alone. Celebrimbor had no hand in its making. So, unlike the other Rings of Power, the One Ring is entirely evil. It has the same effects as the other Rings of Power. It enhances the natural abilities of its bearer, it slows the decay of time, it provides a link to the unseen world, but it cannot be used for good. The One Ring is a tool of dominion, and it was created by Sauron with the intention that it would never be borne by anyone but him, and it would give him the ability to bind all others, to become the master of Middle-earth. But just before I move on, there is one more interesting thing to mention while we're on the topic of ring lore, because the ring lore of Mordor is very briefly mentioned by Tolkien in reference to Saruman. It's a massively blink-and-you-miss-it detail, but in the Fellowship of the Ring, Gandalf tells us that Saruman had forged a ring of his own, and he even declares himself Saruman the Wise, Saruman Ring Maker. And this ring of Saruman's is a fascinating little mystery of Middle-earth. Tolkien tells us that Saruman, failing to get possession of the One Ring, would have found in Mordor the missing links in his own research into...
This is just, sounds really weird. It's GIMP software, GIMP. It was free. It seems to be serving me well, so I'm not gonna get rid of it. I like it. I think it's working for me. So, yeah, I'm literally just doing this. This is a very new hobby for me, so I'm not looking to spend crazy money on Adobe. So, plus Adobe seems really janky software, whereas this has not let me down yet. So. Now I'm just going to throw some lighting into this to sort of bring it into the piece a bit more. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, I've never done digital art until like this week. Like this week is just, I've done pretty intense amount. Like it's become quite obsessive, like how much I've done within a week. Trying to get to know this drawing pad and try and get to know my own skills and discover my style. And I think this is kind of it. You know, this sort of waxy light. That's awesome. If you follow Scottish Scooby Gal on Instagram, I can then follow you back and check it out if you want. Hi, Andy. I need to go. Go soon because I'm working out with my sister, so just trying to throw a bit of lighting into this. Try and, you know, I think that's my alarm about to go off to get changed for my workout, so thank you, I really appreciate that. Right, now just to sign this. That's awesome. You definitely should. Right, I'll definitely check out your stuff. Right. I think we're gonna call it quits, guys. That's been 5 hours I've been sitting here. That's a 5-hour live stream. Hot damn. Right. We're done. See you later. If you want to see more of this, let me know. Come on. Disconnect.